Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. I moved into the apartment on a Tuesday afternoon. Not for any special reason. That's just when the moving truck could show up. The building wasn't fancy, but it was clean, cheap, and quiet. That was the word the property manager kept using. Quiet complex, quiet neighborhood, quiet tenants. I didn't care much at the time. I just needed out of the city, out of the noise, out of everything that had started making my chest feel tight when I woke up in the mornings. I didn't meet any of the neighbors right away, just polite waves from a woman walking her dog on the second floor and some guy who nodded while carrying a case of water into his unit. That was it, except for the man next door. He was already standing at his window when I pulled up. Third floor, unit 304. Mine was 305. I glanced up while the movers hauled in my boxes, and there he was. Thin gray shirt pressed against the glass, just watching. I gave a half wave. He didn't return it, just stood there. Didn't seem like much at the time. Weird maybe, but not dangerous. The first couple of nights were uneventful. I unpacked, set up the couch, found a place for the coffee pot. My bed was still a mattress on the floor. I hadn't gotten around to buying a frame. I told myself it made the place feel temporary, like I could still leave if I wanted. By night 3, I started to notice him again. The man next door, always inside. His blinds were never shut. Every time I glanced out the window to smoke or get some air, I could see into his living room. He sat in the same chair, lights on, a small lamp behind him casting this weird orange glow around the room. Sometimes he read. Sometimes he just stared at the TV. Though I never once heard the sound. I figured he was retired, or maybe agoraphobic. Maybe he just didn't like people. But then I started hearing the whispering. It started low, late at night, always around the same time, 2, maybe 2:30 in the morning. I thought it was the pipes at first. You live in old buildings long enough, you learn to ignore the weird noises. But this was different, rhythmic, almost like a conversation. Pauses between each line, sometimes too fast. Sometimes a breath held too long. I'd lie on my mattress, staring at the ceiling, listening, waiting to hear a second voice. But I never did, just his. Talking to someone who wasn't there. That was when I started feeling weird about it. I brought it up casually to the girl on the second floor when we crossed paths again. "The guy in 304? She asked. "Oh, yeah, quiet dude." "That's kind of the problem," I said. "He's always in there. Like, always." She shrugged and kept walking. I started keeping notes. Not because I thought I'd need them, but because something about it made me feel like I was losing track of time. Thursday, lights still on at 3:18 a.m. Saturday, same whispering, louder tonight. Sounded like he was closer to the wall. Monday, I swear I saw him standing in the dark, just the outline, no light behind him. It was subtle at first, the kind of thing you can explain away if you really want to. I told myself it was loneliness. New place, new town, no real friends yet. Just my voice echoing off the empty kitchen and the hum of the fridge at night. But then things changed. He started watching me. Not just from the window, from closer. I'd walk out into the hall, and I'd see the edge of his door cracked open. A shadow just beyond the frame. No sound, no greeting. One night I walked past to take my trash out, and I felt it, that pinprick sensation on the back of your neck when someone's behind you. I turned. His door was open wider. Not all the way, just enough to see a hand resting on the inside knob. Still, pale. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure if I should say something. Then I backed away slowly and took the stairs 2 at a time. The next morning, my front doormat was gone. I didn't say anything, just replaced it. 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of my peephole being covered. Not a knock, not footsteps, just the quiet scrape of fingers brushing against the wood, then a shadow blocking the light from the hallway. I stayed frozen in bed. Eventually, it moved away. The next morning, I looked through the peephole and saw something new. A smudge. A greasy, human-sized smudge. That was when I decided to report it. I called the building manager, explained everything calmly. No drama, just facts. He sounded confused. "Which unit?" he asked. 304, I said. The guy next to me. There was a long pause. "Ma'am, no one's rented 304 in over 2 months. I stared at the phone in my hand. "That's not possible. I see him every day." "Well, you shouldn't," he said. "That place has been locked up since July. The tenant passed away. We haven't touched it since. No one's had a key." I didn't respond. My mind was stuck on one thing. If no one had been in that apartment, then who had I been watching through the window? And who exactly had been watching me back? That was the first time I didn't sleep. And it was the last time I ever looked through the peephole without flinching. I didn't call the police right away. I probably should have, but I didn't know what I'd even say. "Hi, I think the dead man next door is still watching me." That kind of thing gets you placed on hold, or worse, flagged as unstable. And I didn't feel unstable, just scared, like there was a weight sitting behind every thought. That day I kept to myself. I stayed inside, curtains drawn, no music, no TV. I just listened to the quiet and the whispering. It started again around 2:15 in the morning. Same low muttering. No words I could make out. But this time it was louder, like the wall was thinner, or like the voice had gotten closer. I sat on the floor with my back against the kitchen counter, legs pulled in, holding a mug of coffee I wasn't drinking. The whispering didn't stop, not until nearly 4. And that smell, the one like rotting fruit and something sour underneath, was stronger now. It leaked through the wall and settled into my pillows, into the hallway, into my hair. I took 3 showers in one day, but I could still smell it when I lay down at night. That morning, I made a decision. I was going to get inside that apartment. I didn't care what the manager said. If 304 was supposed to be empty, someone needed to see what was happening, because I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't sleep-deprived or losing it. There was something in there. I waited until late afternoon. The building manager, Tom, usually did his walkthroughs between 1 and 2. I stood in my doorway at 1:40 and waited. When I heard his keys jangling down the hall, I stepped out and waved. "Hey," I said, trying to sound normal. "Do you have a second?" He looked up, surprised. "Yeah, sure," he said. "Everything all right?" "Sort of," I said. "It's about next door." His expression flattened. "Still hearing things?" I nodded. "Look, I know you said no one's in there, but I'm not the only one who's seen him. The girl with the dog downstairs? She said he's always home. I think you might want to take a look." Tom hesitated. Then, without saying anything, he pulled out his master key ring and turned toward 304. The door looked the same as always. Slightly dirty, dull brass number, no welcome mat. The only thing different was the smell, stronger now, like something had spoiled behind the wall. Tom fit the key into the lock and pushed the door open. And we both just stood there. The apartment was still. Not messy, not clean, just untouched, like someone had left in the middle of the day and never came back. A plate on the coffee table with dried food on it, a cup of water halfway full, a blanket folded on the couch. And that lamp, still on, casting that same weird orange light across the carpet. Tom stepped in first. He looked around cautiously, like he was expecting something to jump out. I stayed in the doorway. The place smelled awful, worse than I'd imagined. Not just rot, decay, like something was breaking down in the walls. "Holy hell," Tom muttered, pinching his nose. "Do you see anything?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he turned toward me and pointed. On the far wall, just beside the couch, was a mirror. And on the mirror, written in what looked like grease or dirt, were 2 words. "Still here." Tom looked at me. "Did you do this?" I shook my head. "I've never been in here." He stared at the message for a long time, then walked to the bathroom. I heard the door creak open, then a sharp inhale. "Don't come in here," he said. So I didn't. He came out a few seconds later, pale, eyes wide. "We're gonna lock this place back up," he said. "You didn't see anything, understand?" I wanted to ask questions, but I nodded. He shut the door, locked it twice, and walked away without another word. That night, the whispering didn't stop. It started at 1:42 in the morning and didn't fade until nearly 5. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with every light on, trying to pretend I was somewhere else. Somewhere safe. At 6 in the morning, I called my sister. I hadn't talked to her in weeks, but I needed to hear a voice that wasn't coming from the other side of a wall. She answered, groggy. "What's wrong?" I didn't know how to explain. "There's something in my building," I said. "Something wrong." She asked if I wanted her to come over. I said no. "I don't know why." I think part of me believed I could fix it on my own. Or maybe I was afraid to bring anyone else into it. Around 10 that morning, I went down to the mailboxes. I saw the woman with the dog again. She waved. I hesitated. Then I asked, "Did you ever talk to the guy in 304? She paused. "The guy next to you?" "Yeah." Her brow furrowed. "No, I don't think so. Why?" "You said he's always home." She frowned, thinking. Did I? I guess I meant I always saw the light on. Never really saw him. I didn't say anything, because I remembered exactly what she'd said the first week. Quiet dude. Always there. Always watching. I went back upstairs and locked my door. That night, the whispering got worse. It wasn't just muttering anymore. It was chanting. Rhythmic, repetitive. A pattern I didn't recognize. And this time, it wasn't coming through the wall. It was coming from my closet. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the closed door. I didn't move. Not until morning. The closet door stayed closed, but I didn't go near it. Not that night, not the next morning. When the sun finally crept over the windowsill, I still hadn't slept. I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Not because I thought I'd need it, but because it gave my hands something to do, something solid to hold on to. I kept listening, not just for the whispering for anything, footsteps, a knock, even breathing. But once the sun came up, everything stopped. No voices, no chanting, just silence. That horrible, heavy kind of silence that makes the air feel too thick. By 10, I worked up the nerve to open the closet. Slowly, I grabbed a broom first and nudged the door open from a distance. The hinges creaked, loud in the stillness. The sliver of light from the window landed across the floor and showed nothing. Just clothes, a few boxes, my suitcase still zipped up from the move. No sign of anything out of place, no explanation, except for the smell. That same sour, rotting stink. Stronger now, like it had soaked into the walls. I emptied the entire closet, pulled everything out, and dumped it in the hallway. There was nothing in there. No vents, no crawl space, no reason for the smell. I ran the vacuum, lit a candle, wiped everything down with bleach. It didn't help. It felt like the smell was following me now. That afternoon, I called the building office. Tom didn't answer, but his assistant did, a woman named Gina, who sounded about 22 and completely over her job. "Is Tom around?" I asked. She yawned. "Nah, he's out on a call." "Can you tell me when he's back? It's about the apartment next to mine. 304. There was a pause. "That place still locked up?" I blinked. "You don't know?" "Nope, I just handle paperwork." I hung up. That night I didn't wait for the whispering to start. I stayed in the living room with every light on, sitting in a chair facing the front door. I had the knife again. The broom was across my lap too, like that somehow helped. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked. Around 1:40 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not loud, not rushed, just slow, deliberate pacing. Back and forth. Then came the knock. Soft, measured. Just once. I didn't move. Another knock. This time, closer to the peephole. I stood up, quietly, and looked through it. There he was, the man from 304, standing in the hallway, maybe 2 feet from my door, staring straight ahead. His eyes didn't blink, his face didn't move. It looked wrong, too still, like something wearing a person's skin but not sure how to use it. I backed away slowly. He didn't knock again. He just stood there, watching. I didn't sleep. I stayed in the chair until sunrise, knife still in hand. The next morning I walked straight to the building office. Tom was there this time. I didn't even say hello. I just asked flat out, "When are you going to check 304? He rubbed his face like I'd caught him in the middle of a hangover. "Look, I know you think you saw something, but I already told you that place hasn't been touched in months. You were there. You saw it." "I saw the message on the mirror," I said. "I saw his plate, his blanket, the lamp. Someone's still in there." "No," he said, looking away. "They're not." "What did you see in the bathroom?" That made him freeze. He didn't answer right away. Then he said quietly, "There was a chair in the tub, rotted through, metal bent like someone had been sitting there a long time, and mold. The whole place smelled like death." "So you're just going to leave it like that?" I asked. "It's not my call," he said. "That unit's under probate review. No one's allowed in until the lawyer clears it." That was it. That was the end of his help. I went back to my apartment and sat in the hallway outside the door. I didn't want to go in, not with that smell waiting, not with that feeling that something had taken root inside the walls. But I didn't have anywhere else to go. I thought about calling my sister again, asking to crash for a few nights. But I already knew what she'd say, that I was being paranoid, that I was tired, that it was all stress and new apartment nerves. And maybe she was right. But it didn't feel like stress. It felt like something watching me from behind the drywall. That night, the whispering came back. But this time, it wasn't just through the walls. It came from inside the bedroom, from the closet again. Same low voice, same cadence, except now I could almost make out words. Not full sentences, just phrases, over and over. "Don't look. Don't turn around. Still here, still watching." And then, nothing. The silence was worse. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the closet door for what felt like hours. I didn't open it. I didn't move. Until I heard my name. Not whispered. Not chanted. Spoken. Clear as day. From inside the closet. Right behind the door. My knees went numb. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I stood up, walked into the living room, and called the police. I didn't know what to tell them, but I told them everything. The noises, the smells, the knocking, the man in the hallway. I even told them the neighbor was supposed to be dead. They said they'd send someone over. I waited, and for once, the building stayed quiet. Until the officers knocked. The two officers showed up just after 3 in the morning. One was older, with graying hair and the kind of tired eyes that told me he'd seen too much. The other looked maybe 25, still green, trying to hide it with a straight back and a clipped voice. I buzzed them in and met them at the door. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice even as I let them inside. "It's through there," I said, motioning toward the bedroom. "I know how this sounds, but I'm not making it up. The guy next door, he died months ago, but he's still here. Or something is." The younger cop gave a glance to the older one, like he wasn't sure how seriously to take me. "Let's just have a look," the older one said, calm and level. "Start from the top. What exactly have you been hearing?" I told them everything, again. The whispering, the smell, the writing on the mirror, the knocking, the man in the hallway. I tried to be matter-of-fact about it, but halfway through, I could hear how crazy it sounded. Still, I kept going. They listened. At least, they didn't roll their eyes. That was something. After I finished, the younger one stepped toward the closet. "That where the voice came from?" I nodded. "Yes, I didn't open it, not since yesterday." He crouched, hand on the knob. Then he opened it in one smooth motion. Empty. The clothes I'd thrown back in were shoved to one side. My suitcase was still there. No signs of anything out of the ordinary. Just the lingering scent of bleach and something underneath it, like mold in a closed room. "There's no one in there," he said, straightening up. "I know, but there was." The older officer moved toward the wall. "This unit shares a wall with the next, right? 304? "Yeah." He pressed his hand against the drywall, listening. "I've been in a lot of buildings like this," he said. "Thin walls. Sound travels weird. Whispering can echo, bounce off pipes. You sure you weren't hearing someone on the floor below?" "No," I said. "It was right here, and he was outside my door. I saw him through the peephole. I've seen him through the window." The younger cop walked over to the front door and tried the peephole himself. "Could be someone messing with you," he said. "But if that unit next door is locked and vacant like you said—" "It is," I told him. Tom, the manager, confirmed it. The officers exchanged a look. "Well," the older one said, "we can do a quick sweep of the unit next door, but we'd need permission and a key." "I can call Tom." He nodded. "Please do." I stepped into the kitchen and dialed Tom's number. He answered on the third ring, groggy and irritated. "It's me," I said. "Sorry to call, but the police are here. They want to check 304. A pause. Then, "All right, I'll be there in 15. When Tom showed up, he looked worse than I'd ever seen him. Unshaven, sunken eyes, sweatshirt half-zipped like he'd thrown it on in a rush. He nodded at the officers, said nothing to me, and handed over the master key. We all walked out together and stood in front of 304. I watched as the older cop slid the key into the lock and opened the door. It creaked. The smell hit us instantly, stronger than ever, like something had died and been left to rot for weeks. The flashlight swept the room. Same orange lamp still on. Same couch. Same mirror. But the writing was gone. The mirror was clean. No grease, no smudge, no still here. The officers stepped inside. The place looked just like before, only more still, like the air didn't move, like the walls were holding their breath. I stayed in the doorway. The younger officer checked the bathroom. He didn't say anything, just looked inside, then closed the door behind him. "Nothing obvious," the older one said. "We'll file a report, let the city know about the odor, but there's nothing illegal happening here." "That's not what I started but stopped." He was right. There was no proof. Just me. Just what I'd heard. As we stepped back out, the younger officer turned to me. "If anything else happens," he said, "record it. Write it down. Call us sooner." I nodded. Tom locked the door behind us and didn't say a word. The officers left soon after. I stood in the hallway alone. Something wasn't right. Back inside my apartment, I tried to calm down. I boiled some tea water I never drank. I rearranged the books on the shelf I hadn't read. I turned on a podcast I didn't listen to. And then I noticed the closet door was open again. Just slightly. I hadn't touched it. And on the inside, carved into the wood, not written, carved were 3 words. "I see you." I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered across the floor. I didn't even flinch. I called my sister. This time I didn't care how I sounded. "I'm coming over," I said. "Tonight." She didn't argue, just told me to bring a bag. I packed in under 10 minutes, left the lights on, locked the door behind me. As I walked down the hallway, I passed by 304, and I heard it. Not a whisper, not a knock. Breathing. Slow, labored, right behind the door. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I left that night, and I didn't return for 4 days. My sister didn't ask many questions. She gave me a spare blanket and a corner of her couch and let me be. I think she assumed I'd had a breakdown of some kind. She kept offering tea, soft conversations, dumb reality shows in the background. I appreciated it more than I could say. I didn't tell her about the closet door or the carved message. I wanted to, but every time I tried to bring it up, the words caught in my throat, like saying it out loud would make it follow me there. The first night at her place, I slept almost normally, a few hours anyway. No whispering, no strange smells, no eyes behind peepholes. Just regular city noise, sirens in the distance, someone arguing on the sidewalk. Real noise, human noise. But the second night, I dreamt of the hallway. It was empty at first, just my door, my welcome mat, the scuffed linoleum floors. Then slowly, the door to 304 opened, and something stepped out. Not a man. Not really. It had the shape of one tall, thin, stiff at the joints, but its face was blurry. like trying to see a reflection in running water. It moved toward me without sound. No footsteps, no breathing. And just before it reached me, I woke up. I sat upright, heart pounding, mouth dry. The living room was still dark, but I could hear the hum of the fridge, the soft buzz of my sister's TV through the wall. Safe sounds. I still didn't go back. Not right away. On the fourth day, I called Tom. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Has anything weird happened while I've been gone?" Tom was quiet for a second. "No," he said. "Nothing unusual." But his voice had changed. Tight, like he was trying not to say more. "You sure?" I asked. "No calls from other tenants? No complaints?" "Look," he said, "whatever you're dealing with, I hope you figure it out. But this isn't something I can fix. That unit's been sealed again. We're bringing in cleaners next week. After that, the lawyer takes over." That was the end of the call. When I finally returned, I got home just after noon. The hallway was bright. The sun filtered through the stairwell windows. Everything looked smaller than I remembered, less threatening, like the fear had shrunk when I wasn't feeding it. My door was still locked. My apartment was untouched, a little stale maybe, but otherwise fine. But 304 had a new sign, a laminated note taped to the door. "Cleaning crew scheduled. Do not enter." I stared at it for a while. It didn't make me feel better. Inside my apartment, everything was just as I'd left it, except for one thing. The knife I'd been keeping beside the bed was gone. I checked every drawer, every surface. Nothing. Not under the mattress, not in the closet. It was just gone. I didn't report it. What was I going to say? That a ghost stole my kitchen knife? Instead, I unpacked, showered, and tried to reclaim the space. I left every light on again, but it felt more like habit than fear this time, like muscle memory. That night I stayed in the living room. I brought the broom back into my lap. It sounds ridiculous now, but I'd started to believe in rituals, like the act of preparing for something might keep it from happening. I waited. Midnight passed. 1 a.m. passed. By 2 o'clock, I started to think maybe it was over. I stood, stretched, and headed toward the bathroom. As I passed the closet, something caught my eye. The door was cracked again, just slightly. I hadn't opened it, and something new had been carved into the inside panel. "He never left." The words were fresh, edges sharp, not like the last message, which had looked old and worn. I staggered back. This wasn't over. Whatever it was, it had been here the whole time. And then the smell hit me again, worse than before. I gagged, covered my mouth, stumbled to the kitchen window and opened it. Cold air rushed in, but it barely made a difference. I ran to the hallway, yanked open my front door, sucked in cleaner air, and froze. The door to 304 was open, wide. The laminated sign fluttered on the floor. And inside, I saw movement. Slow, shuffling, just a shape. I didn't move. Couldn't. The shape stepped forward, just enough to break the edge of shadow. And I saw his face. The man. The one from the window. Gray, sunken skin, mouth slightly parted, his eyes wide and glassy, locked with mine. Then he turned and walked back into the apartment. The door didn't close. I called the police again. Told them what I saw, exactly how I saw it. To their credit, they didn't dismiss me. Maybe they remembered the previous visit. Maybe something in my voice got through. They arrived in under 10 minutes. 2 officers different from the last time. They checked 304 with flashlights and masks, radioed something in, then pulled me aside. "There's no one in there," one said. "But the door was open," I told them. "I saw him. He looked at me." "No sign of entry," the other said, "and nothing human inside, just a mess." "What do you mean, nothing human?" They hesitated. "Whatever's in there, it's rotting. Could be an animal, could be old food. We're filing a biohazard notice." They told me to stay somewhere else for the night. I didn't argue. I went back to my sister's again, but I knew I'd have to return. The next morning, Tom called. "I didn't want to say anything before," he said, "but that last guy who lived in 304, he had problems. Isolation, paranoia. He called the office 4 times a week saying someone was in his walls." I waited. He carved messages in his closet. "Same words you said. I see you. Still here. All of it." "And then he died," I said. Tom paused. "They found him in the chair, weeks after. He'd been sitting there so long, the fabric stuck to his skin. The light never turned off. That's why it always looked like someone was home." I hung up, and I realized something. That man may have died alone. But he hadn't left. Not really. And now, he wasn't alone anymore. I didn't go back to the apartment for 3 more days. I stayed at my sister's, mostly on the couch, sometimes in her spare room when I could stand the stillness. She tried to be understanding, but I could tell she didn't know what to say anymore. I don't blame her. Neither of us had the language for what was happening. I didn't tell her about the closet messages, or the man I saw in the hallway, or how Tom had admitted everything. I just told her I wasn't sleeping well, that I needed some time. By the 4th day, I knew I couldn't avoid it anymore. I couldn't live in someone else's space forever. I had to go back. I needed to decide what came next, whether I was going to stay or move out for good, whether I could even trust my own memories anymore. When I got to the building, it was early, just past 9 in the morning. The hallway was quiet. My shoes squeaked slightly on the waxed floor. Everything looked normal, like nothing had happened. The door to 304 had a new notice taped to it. Hazard sealed, do not enter, property of City Health Dept. It was shut tight. For the first time since I moved in, I felt like I could breathe standing near it. It sounds ridiculous, but the air felt lighter, like the apartment had finally exhaled. Inside my own unit, I opened all the windows. I cleaned everything, every surface. I threw out the broom, The knife was never found, so I bought a new one. Just a regular, cheap set from the grocery store. No drama attached. I took the closet door off its hinges, not out of fear, just because I didn't want it anymore. I painted over the carvings with thick primer and covered the wall with a tall bookshelf. I stopped listening for whispers, stopped watching the hallway. It took time, weeks honestly, but slowly things got quieter. Not just the apartment, but inside me. The constant edge, the tension in my shoulders, the twitch in my fingers when I passed the front door. It started to fade. Eventually, I could sleep through the night again. I started working more, picking up extra shifts. I rearranged the furniture, got a proper bed frame, put up shelves in the kitchen, little things that made the place feel more mine. Tom didn't check in again. He left the notice on 304 and never spoke of it. I don't think he wanted to know any more than I did. Then one afternoon, a city vehicle showed up. 2 workers in coveralls removed the door completely, hauled it out on a dolly like it was just another piece of junk. I watched from my window. They never looked inside. They just sealed the unit with a steel plate and screwed it into the frame. It was quiet the whole time. Not a single word exchanged between them. After that, the smell finally disappeared. Whatever was left behind was sealed for good. I never heard the whispering again. But that didn't mean I forgot. I still kept the closet door in the back of my storage unit. I don't know why. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, even though it creeped me out. Something about it felt like evidence. Not for the police, for me. Proof that I hadn't made it up. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the apartment is too still, I remember the sound of the breathing on the other side of the door, the low voice saying my name, and I wonder how much of it was real. But that question stopped bothering me after a while. Real or not, it happened, and I got through it. I don't try to explain it anymore. Not to friends, not to my sister, not even to myself. The truth is, some places carry weight. Some people leave an imprint when they die, especially if they go alone, especially if they go unseen. The man in 304 was one of those people. Whatever haunted that apartment, it wasn't evil. It was lonely. Something had settled in that space and wrapped itself around the routine. The light left on, the food half-eaten, the messages carved over and over again. I see you. Still here. He never left. But now, it's gone. Or maybe it finally rested. A few weeks later, the unit got listed online again. Different number now. They changed it from 304 to 312. No mention of what happened. Just a simple listing. 1 bedroom, 3rd floor, utilities included, quiet building. Someone new moved in. A young guy. Looks like he works from home, keeps to himself. I've seen him standing at the window a few times, staring out, same as I once did. But he doesn't wave. And I don't look too long. I've learned when to stop watching. As for me, I'm doing all right. The apartment feels lighter now. Still old, still creaky, but not suffocating. I got new curtains, a rug for the living room, even a little plant that I water every morning. I still don't sleep with the closet closed, though. Some habits stay, and every once in a while, when it's late and the hallway is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. Not a whisper, not a chant, just breathing. But I don't listen anymore. I just turn on the light, take a deep breath, and remind myself that I made it out. That I stayed. That he didn't. And that now this place is mine. I met my roommate, Lena, on move-in day. She seemed normal. A little quiet, a little intense, but nothing weird. She was already in the dorm when I arrived, sitting cross-legged on the bed by the window, a book in her lap. She didn't look up right away when I walked in, just kept reading. "Hey," I said, dropping my bags. She turned her head slightly, as if she was only just noticing me. Then she smiled small, polite, calculated. "Hi," she said. Her voice was soft. She didn't say much else, just went back to her book while I unpacked. The room was small, like most dorms. 2 beds, 2 desks, a shared closet, bland beige walls, and a window that overlooked the courtyard. We made small talk, the usual questions. "What's your major? Where are you from? Do you know anyone here?" She answered each one simply, without elaborating. "English major, from 3 hours away. Didn't know anyone." Her voice was always quiet, measured, never hurried, never uncertain. That was my first impression of Lena. Strange, but not weird. At least, not yet. The first night I noticed something odd. I was lying in bed, exhausted from moving in, half asleep when I realized something. Lena hadn't turned off her light. I cracked one eye open. She was still sitting on her bed, still cross-legged, still reading. I blinked, groggy. "Hey, you going to sleep soon?" She turned a page. "I don't need much sleep." I frowned. "Lucky you," I muttered, rolling over. Maybe she was just a night owl. Maybe she had insomnia. I didn't think much of it. Until the next night. And the next. And the next. A week passed, and I had never not once seen Lena go to sleep. At first, I thought maybe she just stayed up later than me and woke up earlier. Maybe our schedules just didn't match. So one night, I tested it. I stayed up as long as I could, pretended to sleep, but kept sneaking glances at her. She never moved. She never lay down. She just sat on her bed, in the same cross-legged position, eyes locked on whatever book she was reading. At 3 a.m., my eyes started to sting. My head felt heavy. I drifted for a second, my body forcing itself into sleep. When I jolted awake, Lena was exactly the same. Same position, same book in her hands, but she wasn't turning pages anymore. She was just staring at me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Lena?" My voice was hoarse. She blinked. Then slowly, she tilted her head. "Why are you awake?" she asked. My throat went dry. Yeah. My brain scrambled for an excuse. Lena smiled, just slightly, just enough to look wrong. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned a page. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By the second week, I started watching her more. I couldn't help it. It wasn't just that she didn't sleep. It was the way she moved. Or rather, how little she moved. She sat still for hours, never stretching, never shifting her weight. Even when she walked, her footsteps were too light, too careful. She never seemed tired, never yawned, never looked drained. I started asking questions, casually at first. "So what's your secret?" I joked one afternoon. "Caffeine? Superpowers?" Lena didn't laugh. "I just don't need much sleep," she said again. She said it the exact same way as before. Same voice, same tone, like she was reading a script. A shiver ran through me. I tried again. "Yeah, but do you take naps, sleep during the day?" She just smiled. I dropped it, but I started locking the door at night. The third week, things got worse. I started waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. Every time I'd glance at Lena's bed, expecting to see her sitting up like usual. But some nights, she wasn't on her bed. She was standing by the window, or by her desk, just standing there, not moving, not reading, just waiting. I never heard her get up, never heard footsteps. She was just there. One night, I woke up and felt off. I didn't know why at first. Then I realized the room was too quiet. Not just normal nighttime quiet, dead quiet. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I turned my head, and Lena was standing over my bed, staring at me. My breath caught in my throat. She was close, too close. Close enough that I could see the reflection of the hallway light in her wide, unblinking eyes. I went stiff. "Lena," I whispered. She didn't move, didn't blink, didn't react at all. I forced myself to sit up. My pulse pounded in my ears. What are you doing?" She tilted her head. "I was watching you," she murmured. My stomach twisted. "Why?" Her lips curled into that small, wrong smile. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A wave of nausea rolled through me. I forced a laugh, shaky and uneven. "That's really creepy." Lena didn't answer. She just watched me. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned and climbed back into bed. Saturday, cross-legged, opened her book. Like she hadn't just been standing over me in the dark. Like she hadn't just said something that made my skin crawl. I lay there, frozen. I wanted to believe it was sleepwalking. I wanted to believe she was just weird. But I didn't. I couldn't. Because as I lay there, wide awake, I heard something else. A whisper. soft, faint, almost like a giggle. Not from Lena's bed. From the corner of the room. From the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And I knew deep down I had to get out of this room before it was too late. I woke up exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. That kind of exhaustion where your body isn't the problem, your mind is. The kind that sits in the back of your skull, weighing down every thought, making everything feel slightly off. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. Lena was already awake. Of course she was. She was at her desk, sitting perfectly straight, fingers resting on an open book. She wasn't reading, though. She was just staring at the pages. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Morning," I muttered. She didn't look up right away, just sat there, motionless. Then, like someone flipping a switch, she turned her head toward me, smiling. "Good morning." Her voice was too soft. I forced myself to act normal, reaching for my phone. 7:42 a.m. I had class in an hour. Lena still hadn't blinked. I swung my legs over the bed and stood up. I could feel her eyes following me, but I didn't look at her. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked. My stomach clenched. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, great." I grabbed my towel and headed for the door. The whole time, I felt like she was watching me go. I showered for longer than usual. I let the hot water run over my face, trying to scrub the night away, trying to forget the way Lena had stood over my bed, trying to forget what she had said. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A shiver ran through me. I took a deep breath, gripping the sink. I needed to talk to someone. After class, I found Maggie. We had met during orientation, and even though we weren't that close, she was the only person I trusted right now. I pulled her aside, glancing over my shoulder. Lena wasn't nearby. "I need to tell you something," I said quietly. Maggie raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" I hesitated. It sounded ridiculous in my head, but I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. "My roommate," I started. She doesn't sleep." Maggie gave a short laugh. "Oh man, one of those?" "No, Maggie." I looked at her, my stomach twisting. I have never not once seen her sleep. She just sits there, reading, watching. She doesn't even move." Maggie frowned. I swallowed, and last night I hesitated. The words felt heavy. I woke up, and she was standing over me. Maggie's expression changed. "She was just staring," I continued. "Didn't say anything for a while, just watching me. Then my throat closed up. Then she said she wanted to see what I looked like when I slept." Maggie's face scrunched in disgust. "Dude, that's what the hell." "I don't know," I whispered. "I don't know what to do." Maggie shook her head. "You need to report her." "To who? Housing?" "Yeah, this isn't normal, dude. What if she's, mentally unstable?" I swallowed hard. I had thought about that. But there was something else about Lena. something that didn't make sense, something that went beyond mental illness. Maggie must have seen it on my face. She put a hand on my arm. "Look, if you don't feel safe, you have to tell someone. You can crash in my dorm if you need to." I nodded, "Thanks." But deep down I knew I had to go back. At least one more night. That night, I stayed up as late as I could. I sat at my desk, headphones on, pretending to study. Lena sat across from me, flipping through a book. She was too still. Every so often I glanced at her. Her eyes moved back and forth across the page, but her breathing never changed. It was subtle, but I noticed. She didn't take deep breaths, didn't sigh, didn't fidget. I felt my skin crawl. "What are you?" I turned back to my laptop, heart pounding. I had to try something. Something small. Something that wouldn't make her suspicious. Slowly, I reached out and knocked a pen off my desk. It rolled across the floor, landing right at Lena's feet. She didn't move, didn't look at it, didn't react at all. My stomach twisted. She should have noticed. Anyone would have. I swallowed, reaching down to grab the pen myself. When I sat back up, Lena was looking at me. I sucked in a breath. Her expression was blank, not surprised, not curious, just blank. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then she smiled. That same small smile, and went back to reading. I felt like I was going to throw up. I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling. I could hear her turning pages. I had never been so aware of another person's presence before. I rolled onto my side, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My body begged for sleep, but I fought it. I just needed to see one thing. Just one moment. I needed to see her get tired. I needed to see her blink too long. Minutes passed, then an hour. And then I woke up. I didn't remember falling asleep, but the second my eyes opened, I knew. Something was wrong. I could feel it. The air was heavy. Still, I rolled over slowly, and my heart stopped. Lena wasn't in her bed. She wasn't at her desk. I knew where she was. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head. She was standing by the door, facing the wall, completely still. My mouth went dry. My fingers clenched the blanket. I should say something. Ask her what she was doing. But I didn't. I just lay there, watching her. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but eventually my body gave in. I woke up in the morning to my alarm. Lena was sitting at her desk, reading, as if nothing had happened. I showered in silence, got dressed in silence. I barely looked at Lena. I could feel her watching me, but I didn't react. I just grabbed my things and left the dorm. I needed space. I needed air. I needed to figure out what the hell was happening. At lunch, I sat across from Maggie, picking at my food. Maggie leaned in. "Did anything happen last night?" I hesitated. Then I nodded. Maggie's face darkened. "Dude, you need to get out of there." I swallowed hard. I know. But somehow I knew. Lena wasn't going to let me go that easily. I spent the entire day avoiding my dorm. I stayed in the library until my back ached from sitting in the same position for hours. When it closed, I wandered campus, pretending I had somewhere to be. I wasn't hungry, but I bought a sandwich just to waste time eating it. Anything to keep from going back to her. The whole time, my phone sat heavy in my pocket. I could go to housing, tell them I didn't feel safe, ask for a room transfer. But what would I even say? My roommate doesn't sleep. That wasn't a crime. It wasn't even against dorm rules. Even if I told them about the staring, the standing, the whispering at night, it wouldn't be enough. Not unless she actually did something. I could hear it now. She's just a little weird. Maybe she has insomnia. Maybe I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. And I knew, no matter how long I stayed out, I'd have to go back eventually. I took a deep breath before unlocking the door. The room was dark. For a split second, I thought she wasn't there, that maybe she had finally gone out. Then I saw her. She was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, hands resting on her lap. Her face was in shadow, but I could see the outline of her eyes open, watching. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. I set my bag down, moving slow, careful. My body felt too aware of everything. How loud my breathing was, how small the room felt. I turned on my desk lamp. A weak yellow glow filled the space. Lena still didn't move. "You were out late," she said softly. My fingers tensed on the strap of my bag. Yeah. I forced myself to act normal, took out my laptop, plugged in my phone, didn't look at her. She didn't ask where I was. She didn't ask what I was doing. She just sat there. I could feel her staring. I almost turned to her to say something, anything, but then she moved. Not much. Just her head tilting slightly. Her neck bending at an angle that wasn't natural. My stomach twisted. I forced my gaze back to my laptop. My hands were cold, fingers stiff. I couldn't be here anymore. Tomorrow, I'd talk to housing. Tomorrow, I'd be gone. I lay in bed with my back turned to her, forcing myself to breathe slow. I knew she was awake. I knew she was still sitting there. I kept my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. A long, heavy silence stretched between us. Then, a rustle. Not loud, not obvious. Just the sound of fabric shifting. My fingers curled into the blanket. Then, soft and slow, a whisper. I barely heard it over my heartbeat. It wasn't my name. It wasn't words. It was just muttering. Quiet, too quiet.
like she was talking to herself or to something else. I squeezed my eyes shut. If I opened them, I'd see her sitting up, or standing, or worse, right beside my bed. I wanted to scream, wanted to run, but I didn't. I just lay there, listening to whatever she was whispering. I don't know when I finally passed out, but when I woke up, Lena was standing by the closet, facing inside, perfectly still. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I wasn't dreaming. She was awake, and she was waiting for something. I barely got through the next day. I moved like a ghost, floating from class to class, barely hearing what anyone said. I didn't take notes, didn't eat. All I could think about was last night. What had she been whispering? What was she waiting for? I sat across from Maggie at lunch, barely touching my food. Maggie frowned. "Dude, you look like hell." I swallowed. "I need to get out of that room." "Did you tell housing yet?" I shook my head. She huffed. "Jesus, Ethan. What if she's dangerous?" That's what I was afraid of. But I didn't know how to prove it. I pushed my tray away. "I'll go after class." Maggie nodded. "Good. Do not sleep there tonight." Housing told me there were no available rooms. The girl at the desk didn't even look concerned. I stood there, my pulse hammering. "You don't understand. I can't stay there." She sighed. "Look, I can put you on the wait list, but we don't have an open bed right now." I gritted my teeth. "So I just have to deal with it." She gave me a sympathetic look that didn't reach her eyes. "We can schedule a meeting with both of you if there's a conflict." I laughed, actually laughed. A meeting, like this was a normal roommate problem. Like she just left dishes in the sink too long. "Forget it," I muttered, turning away. I walked out into the cold, the reality sinking in. I had to stay one more night. I texted Maggie. "Housing won't move me. I have to stay one more night." She texted back immediately. "Number sleep in my room. Your roommate won't let me." "Fuck her, sleep on the floor. I'm not letting you stay there. Asterisk, asterisk." I hesitated. I wanted to say yes, but I had to go back one last time. I had to know. I had to see what she did when she thought I was asleep. That night I set up my phone on my desk, propped up just enough to get a perfect view of Lena's bed. I hit record. Then I turned off the light. I lay down. I kept my breathing even. And I waited. The room was silent. I could hear the rustle of her pages turning. I kept my eyes shut. I didn't move. Then, a sound. So soft I almost missed it. Like bare feet touching the floor. I held my breath. Then, closer. Another soft step. The floor creaked. She was walking, coming toward me. My heart pounded. Then, Nothing. I couldn't take it. I opened my eyes. Lena was standing over me. I didn't move. Didn't even breathe. She was so close. Too close. Then, finally, she spoke. A whisper. You shouldn't have done that. I didn't sleep the night after I recorded Lena. I sat in the cafe, my coffee cold, my body running on nerves alone. The footage kept replaying in my head. The way she had leaned over me. The way she had just stood there, mouth open, not speaking, not blinking. And worst of all, the way she looked directly into the camera, smiled, and let me keep the recording. She wanted me to see it. I needed to get out. I spent the day packing my things. I told housing I needed to transfer immediately. When they said there were no open beds, I snapped. I don't care. I'll sleep in my car. I'll drop out. But I'm not staying in that room another night. The desperation in my voice must have done something, because the girl at the desk finally sighed and checked the system again. She found a single open spot in another dorm across campus. I didn't ask questions. I took it. I grabbed my stuff and left. Lena wasn't in the room when I moved out. Her bed was perfectly made. The closet door was slightly ajar, but I didn't dare look inside. I told myself not to think about the black book she had left on my bed. I walked out without touching it, without looking back. Maggie let me crash in her room for a few nights before I settled into my new place. I didn't tell anyone the full story. Not even Maggie. She asked once, "Did Lena say anything when you left?" I hesitated, then shook my head. She wasn't there. Maggie exhaled, running a hand through her hair. That's probably for the best. I nodded, forcing myself to agree. But part of me wondered if Lena had known. If she had let me leave. A week later, I got a text from a random number. I hesitated before opening it. "Lena, you left some things in the room. Want me to bring them to you?" I felt something cold crawl down my spine. I hadn't left anything behind. I was sure of it. I didn't respond. A few minutes later, she sent another text. "Lena, are you sure you don't want to come get them?" My stomach twisted. She knew. She was messing with me. I blocked the number. But even after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't done with me. 2 weeks later, I was walking to class when I saw her. She was standing outside my old dorm building. Just standing there. Not talking to anyone. Not looking at her phone. Just standing. And she was watching me. My breath caught in my throat. For a second, I considered turning and walking the other way, pretending I hadn't seen her. But something in me snapped. I had spent weeks being afraid of her. I wasn't going to run. I walked straight up to her. She didn't blink, didn't react at all. She just smiled. That same small, unnerving smile. I clenched my fists. "What do you want?" Lena tilted her head. Then she finally spoke. I liked being your roommate. My stomach twisted. I forced my voice to stay even. You're not normal, Lena. Her smile widened, and for the first time she laughed. A soft, breathless laugh. Normal? She repeated. What's that? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was deeply wrong with her. I don't know if it was mental illness or something worse, but I knew I never wanted to see her again. I took a step back. Stay away from me, I said, my voice cold. She didn't move, didn't react. She just smiled, watching me walk away. I never saw her again after that. For the rest of the semester, I avoided my old dorm building. I still don't know what was wrong with her. I don't know if she ever slept, if she ever blinked for too long. But I do know this. A few months later, I heard a rumor. Someone in my old dorm requested an emergency transfer. Same reason as me. They said their roommate never slept. I don't know where Lena is now. Maybe she found someone else to watch. Someone else to stand over in the middle of the night. Someone who won't be smart enough to leave. I just hope, wherever she is, she finally closed her eyes. Even if it was just once. It wasn't supposed to be a permanent gig, just a paycheck, something to keep the lights on while I figured out the next step. The job listing was vague. Overnight security, remote site, must be comfortable with solitude. That was it. No company name, no contact beyond a burner phone that led to a brief interview in a rented office. They offered me the job on the spot. Double minimum wage, 5 nights a week, midnight to 8. No co-workers, no supervisors, just me and a few cameras. I didn't ask many questions. I needed the money, and I've never been picky about silence. The factory was a brick and steel corpse on the edge of nowhere, surrounded by a thick border of pine trees, the kind of place that stopped producing things before I was even born. It used to make industrial machines, pumps maybe, or engines. Now it just sat empty, tucked down a long dirt road off the highway, forgotten by everyone except whoever still paid for someone like me to sit there all night. The first night was uneventful, which I was grateful for. I parked out front, walked through the only functioning door, and settled into the front office. They'd given me a small monitor, hooked to a row of outdated security cameras placed around the interior and exterior of the building. Most of them worked, or at least tried to. The video feed was grainy and jumped like a scratched film reel, but it showed enough. My routine was simple. I did a walkthrough of the property at the top of each hour, checked the cameras in between, and read old paperbacks I brought from home. The building had power but no heat, so I wore layers and kept my coat on. There was no plumbing either, just a chemical toilet out back. It wasn't glamorous, but I've had worse. I remember thinking how still everything felt, not quiet exactly. The wind moved through the trees with a low whistle, and the old beams of the building creaked as they settled. But the stillness was deeper than that. It was like the factory had been waiting a long time for someone to come back, and now that someone was me. The second night is when things started to change. It was around 2 in the morning. I was halfway through my third lap of the night, walking down the main corridor where the assembly lines used to run. My boots echoed against the concrete, a sharp clack that bounced off the walls and ceiling. Then I heard it. Another set of footsteps. They weren't far, just a few paces behind me, soft and quick. I spun around instantly, heart thumping, flashlight cutting through the darkness. There was no one there. I waited, held my breath, listening for any sound. The building was dead silent again. I walked back the way I came, checking every doorway, every shadow, but found nothing. I told myself it was an echo. Maybe my own steps had bounced back at a strange angle. The place was big and empty, and probably warped the sound. Still, it stuck with me. Back in the office, I watched the monitors more closely. They flickered as usual, lines of static cutting across the screen every few seconds, but nothing moved. No shapes, no shadows, just empty halls. By the time my shift ended, I was tired, but not shaken. I chalked it up to nerves. The isolation, the silence it messes with your sense of space and time. I drove home with the radio on full blast, trying to forget the way those footsteps had sounded so deliberate. The third night was worse. It started with the cameras. Around 1 in the morning they began to cut out entirely, not just the usual flicker, full black screens. They'd come back for a few seconds, then vanish again. I checked the power connections, made sure everything was still plugged in, but nothing helped. Then the whispers started. The first time, I thought it was wind, a soft, low murmur that passed through the vents above the office ceiling, but it got louder, closer. Like someone leaning in from behind, speaking in a language I didn't know. I stood up fast, flashlight in one hand, my other gripping the chair like I needed an anchor. The whispering stopped as soon as I moved. I stepped into the hallway. Nothing. I did a full sweep of the factory, more thorough than usual. I opened every door, checked every corner, even walked around the outside of the building. I was alone, completely and absolutely alone. Still, when I sat back down, I didn't take off my coat. I kept the flashlight in my lap, and when I heard the whispering again, I didn't turn around. I just sat still, jaw clenched, waiting for the shift to end. It was the fourth night when I found the footprints. They were in the dust, clear impressions of bare feet, starting near the entrance to the old maintenance corridor. I hadn't walked through there yet that night. The corridor was narrow and mostly empty, just a few rusted cabinets and some crumbling drywall. I had checked it before, but rarely. The prints were long, narrow, almost childlike. They led from the hallway into the corridor, then vanished just past the second door. I followed them slowly, flashlight aimed at the floor. The closer I got to the end of the hallway, the colder the air felt. Not just chilly, but biting, like walking into a freezer. The last door on the left was slightly ajar. I stood there for a moment, hand hovering near the knob. Then I heard it again, the whispering, Not behind me this time, inside the room. I opened the door. There was no one inside, just a stack of broken chairs and an old filing cabinet. But in the corner of the room, behind the cabinet, something caught my eye. A book. Its cover was torn, pages yellowed and curled with age. I picked it up. Inside the front cover, written in faded pen, was a name, Thomas Reed. Below it, in different handwriting, Watchman, 1980, 2 to 1984. I sat on the floor and started reading. The entries were brief, messy, like they'd been written in a rush. Most of them were just times and noises. Heard footsteps again. 2:17 a.m. Whispers louder tonight, coming from the walls. Cameras down again. Can't trust the footage. The last entry stopped me cold. I tried to leave. Doors won't open. Windows sealed. I think I'm part of it now. I think that's how it gets you. I closed the book slowly, the weight of it sinking into my lap. The whispers had stopped, but I knew they would be back. I didn't go back the next night. I called the supervisor number they gave me when I first got hired, the one that always went straight to voicemail. I left a message saying the power was acting up, the cameras were failing, and the place didn't feel safe. I half hoped they wouldn't call back. That they'd write me off, pay me out for the week, and find someone else to babysit that factory. They called me back in less than 2 hours. A man's voice, flat, uninterested. He asked if the building had been damaged. I told him no, just strange noises, camera issues, and a power flicker or two. He told me to keep logging my shifts, and that it was probably nothing more than electrical interference. He didn't ask about the book, didn't ask about the footprints. And when I mentioned the footsteps, the line went quiet for a second too long. Then just a bored "we'll note it," followed by a click. That was it. So I went back. I got there around 11:30. I sat in the car for a while with the engine running and the heater blasting. The factory loomed in the dark like it had always been there, waiting for me. The trees lining the property stood still like sentinels. I told myself I'd just check in, walk the perimeter, check the cameras, and if anything was off, I'd leave. Inside, it smelled like metal and dust, that cold industrial scent that never really goes away. My boots echoed down the hallway again, that same sharp clack. I walked past the main corridor, past the old break room, and straight to the office. The monitor was on, cameras flickering as usual. For once they weren't glitching out entirely. I watched for a full 20 minutes. No movement, no figures, just dead air and shadows. But I didn't feel better. I pulled the journal out of my bag. I'd taken it home the night before, spent hours reading it with the lights on. It wasn't long, just 30 pages, front and back. But every word felt soaked in panic. Like the person writing it had stopped being scared of what was out there and started being scared of what he was becoming. The early entries were routine. He logged times, camera feed issues, door checks. Then the entries shifted. Heard whispering tonight. Couldn't sleep when I got home. Feel like something's inside the walls. A door was open that shouldn't have been. No signs of forced entry, just open. I'm starting to hear things during the day now. Static, low voices. I think it followed me. That was the part I couldn't stop thinking about. I sat at the desk, flipping through the pages, my back to the wall. The office door was cracked open. The hallway beyond was empty. Then the screen on the monitor blinked out, all of them at once. I didn't move. I just stared at the black monitor. After a few seconds, the static returned. The image came back, then cut out again. On one of the screens, the one near the loading dock, a shape flickered past the camera. It was fast, too fast to see clearly, a blur of movement. I stood slowly, flashlight in hand, journal under my arm. I knew better than to go chasing shadows, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to know, needed to see if it was something explainable. My footsteps were slower this time, controlled. My breath felt tight in my chest. Every time I passed a doorway, I felt the urge to shine the light inside. Every window, every piece of old machinery seemed too still. I reached the loading dock, empty. The metal roll-up door was closed, padlocked. The overhead lights buzzed quietly above me. Then I heard it. Behind me. A door shutting, slow and deliberate. I turned, shining the flashlight down the hall. Nothing. I should have left right then. Instead, I followed the hallway that ran parallel to the storage rooms. It was colder here, more narrow. My light barely reached the walls. That's when I saw them again. Footprints. Fresh ones, right in the dust, clear as day, bare feet, just like before, walking toward the far end of the hall. I followed them. The prints turned left, toward the old maintenance corridor. I stopped. That corridor hadn't been on the blueprint I found in the break room. It wasn't listed on the building map above the fire extinguisher either. It wasn't supposed to be there. I stood at the entrance for what felt like a full minute. The footprints led into the dark, beyond where my flashlight could reach. Then I heard something that froze me in place. Breathing. Not mine. Not some ambient sound from the vents. Slow, steady breathing like someone standing just out of sight. I raised the flashlight and stepped forward, slowly. Just as I reached the corner, the breathing stopped. The light flickered, and then the camera on my belt, issued by the company, meant to sync with the office feed, let out a high-pitched beep, low battery. I turned around and walked back, not fast, but with purpose. I didn't look over my shoulder. Back in the office, I shut the door, locked it, and sat with the flashlight in my lap. The journal was still on the desk. I opened it to the last page. No writing. Just a sketch, a face. Drawn with a shaking hand. It had no eyes. Just empty sockets and a wide, unnatural smile. I closed the journal, and I sat there, waiting for morning. By the fifth night, I wasn't sleeping during the day anymore. Even when I got home and crawled into bed around 9 in the morning, It felt like my body stayed alert. My mind couldn't shut off. Every creak of the floorboards, every bird chirping outside the window, it all felt amplified. I lay there wide awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything I'd seen, every noise, every shift in the shadows. That sketch from the journal, the eyeless face, kept flashing into my mind like a memory I didn't want. It was crude, but the way it was drawn made it worse. Uneven lines, like the hand holding the pen was shaking or moving too fast, like whoever drew it didn't want to finish but couldn't stop. I almost didn't go back that night. I sat in my car outside the factory for nearly 30 minutes. The gravel lot was empty as always, the tall trees lining the property completely still, like they were watching. Eventually, I forced myself to get out and head inside. I told myself I'd do one walk through, check the cameras, log my shift, and then I'd leave early if anything felt off. I think I already knew I wouldn't make it to morning. The first couple of hours passed in silence. Too much silence. The cameras were on, but the feeds were slow, like they were buffering constantly. The static had returned. It would freeze for a second, then skip ahead by a few frames. Every time it did, I felt like I missed something important, like something had moved in that blink and I just didn't catch it. I walked the halls at the top of each hour, same as before. But this time, I started bringing the journal with me. I didn't want to leave it alone in the office anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it felt like some kind of shield, or maybe I thought I could find something I missed, a clue, a way to understand what was happening to me. On the second walk, just past 2 in the morning, I noticed something different. There was a humming noise, very faint, barely audible. It wasn't coming from the walls or the vents. It felt like it was coming from beneath the floor, a low, vibrating hum, like an old machine running far underground. It wasn't there the night before, and it didn't match anything on the building schematics. I followed it. Down the main corridor, past the old locker room, toward a part of the building I hadn't explored much. The air grew colder with every step, and the humming got louder, clearer. Still low, but constant. It led me to a door I hadn't noticed before, tucked behind a shelf of rusted metal bins covered in peeling gray paint. The door had no handle, just a narrow keyhole. I crouched down and looked through it. Pitch black. But as I knelt there, the humming stopped. Dead silence. And then a single knock from the other side of the door. Just once. I stumbled back so fast I nearly dropped the flashlight. The journal slipped out of my hand and hit the floor, pages fluttering open. I stood there staring at the door, heart slamming in my chest, breath coming too fast. I waited for something else, another sound, another knock. But there was nothing. I picked up the journal and walked fast back to the office. I closed the door behind me, turned the lock, and sat at the desk with the journal open. It had fallen open to one of the pages near the middle. The entry was dated March 17th. The year was faded, but it had to be at least 20 years ago. Door at the end of corridor is humming again, louder than before. I know I didn't imagine the knock. I'm going to try to find the key next week. I have to know what's inside. There was a second note below it, in darker ink, maybe added later. If you hear the humming, do not answer, do not knock back. That was all. I didn't sleep at all that night, not even a little. I stayed in that chair, flashlight on my lap, watching the camera feed like it might start talking to me. And at 3:37 in the morning, I saw something I still can't explain. One of the cameras, the one facing the loading dock, glitched. Just a second of static. Then, a figure, standing in front of the roll-up door. It wasn't there before. It didn't walk into frame. It just appeared. It was tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat or a coverall. The video quality was too poor to see details. No face, no eyes. It just stood there. Then it turned, not slowly, but not fast either, and walked toward the side of the building. The camera froze again. When the feed came back, it was gone. I rewound the footage. The figure was gone from every frame, even the one where I saw it appear. It was like it had never been there. But I knew it had. I waited until morning light started seeping through the grimy office window before I left. I didn't shut anything down. I just grabbed the journal, flicked off the monitors, and walked out. When I stepped outside, I expected the relief to hit me, the usual breath of air, the lightness in my chest. But it didn't come. Because there, in the gravel, maybe 6 feet from my car door, was a new set of footprints. Bare, human, small, pointing toward the building. And right next to them, pressed into the thin layer of frost, were 3 fingers, long, and facing the wrong direction. I should have quit. I should have walked away that morning and never looked back, tossed the journal in the nearest dumpster, blocked the company number, and taken a job flipping burgers or stocking shelves. Anything but going back to that place. But I didn't. Instead, I spent the entire day sitting on the edge of my bed, flipping through the journal again and again, trying to make sense of it. I had sticky notes stuck to half the pages, my own handwriting scrawled in the margins. I was chasing something I couldn't name, not just an explanation, but something deeper, some kind of closure. Because part of me already knew the truth. I wasn't going to stop thinking about that place. Not until I understood what was happening. So I went back. It was around 11:45 when I pulled up to the factory, headlights washing over the crumbling brick and steel. The gravel crunched under my tires as I parked. No wind, no movement, just silence. I left the engine running for a moment, staring at the building through the windshield. My hands stayed on the wheel even after I turned off the key. I was stalling, hoping something would give me a reason to drive away. Nothing did. So I stepped out into the cold and walked to the door. The air felt heavier than usual, not colder exactly, but still wrong, like something was pressing against my skin. It was the same air I remembered from inside the maintenance corridor. That still, humming weight. Inside, everything looked the same. The office was dark. The monitors were on, cycling through each camera. Glitches here and there, but no blackouts yet. I sat down, pulled the journal out of my bag, and placed it on the desk next to the old company logbook. The chair creaked as I leaned back, trying to settle into the quiet. My hands wouldn't stop fidgeting. Around 1 in the morning, the humming came back. Just like before, low, distant, like a generator buried under the floor. I stood immediately, flashlight in one hand, journal in the other, and made my way to the back hallway. The sound was strongest near the locked door, the one without a handle, just that narrow keyhole. The same place I'd heard the knock. I stayed a few feet back, not wanting to get close again. The journal was open in my hand, turned to the page where the old watchman had warned, "Do not answer, do not knock back." I felt stupid even being there, but I had to know. I crouched low and pressed my ear to the wall beside the door, not directly on the wood, just close enough to listen. The humming was steady, but there was something else underneath it. A voice. No words, just soft muttering like someone talking to themselves from a few rooms away. It wasn't angry, it wasn't sad, it was just continuous, constant, a slow stream of meaningless noise. It made my skin crawl. I backed away and left. I didn't care if the cameras glitched or the power flickered. I wasn't going back near that door again. Back in the office, I locked the door, turned on every light, and placed the flashlight in front of me like a weapon. I opened the journal to the next page. The entry was dated 4 days after the one about the door. The man in the camera came again, only this time I saw him without it. In the hallway, right by the lockers. He turned to look at me, but I don't think he had eyes, just dark holes. I didn't move. He walked past me and vanished. I waited all night to see if he'd come back. He didn't. I read the sentence again and again. The man in the camera. I flipped to another entry. This one was dated a week later. Found new footprints near the entrance. They're getting smaller. Whoever's leaving them is shrinking, or there's more than one. I set the journal down. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough that the lights in the hallway started flickering again. Then came the footsteps. Not loud, just soft shuffles on concrete. I froze. They were outside the office, moving slowly past the door. I reached for the monitor remote and flicked through the cameras, hoping to catch a glimpse, but they were all frozen. Every single one. The last feed, the one labeled South Exit, showed the same image over and over again. A still frame of the hallway outside, nothing in it. Then, in the corner of the screen, movement. Something small. A shape crawling, not walking across the floor. No details, just limbs and shadow. I stood, flashlight in hand, heart racing. The shape crawled out of frame. And then I heard the knock. Not on the door behind the corridor, not on the windows. On the office door, just one knock. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't move. Another knock, louder. The flashlight flickered in my hand. My breath felt stuck in my throat. A third knock. I stepped back, bumping into the desk. Then silence. I waited. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. Nothing. I stepped closer to the door, holding the flashlight like a club. I reached for the knob, then stopped. At the bottom of the door, just under the thin space where light from the hallway spilled in, I saw something slide into view. 3 fingers. Long, bony, the same ones from the frost. They scraped against the tile, slow and steady. Then, as if pulled back by some invisible force, they vanished. I didn't open the door. I stayed in that room until sunrise, pacing, listening, shaking. The monitors came back online around 4, but they showed nothing, just empty rooms and still corridors. At 6:30, I walked out the front entrance, legs like jelly. My car was covered in a fine layer of frost, and etched into the windshield, not scratched, but traced through the frost, was a symbol. A circle with 3 lines running through it, like claw marks. I scraped it off with shaking hands, and when I drove home, the humming stayed in my ears. That morning, I didn't go home right away. I drove past my apartment, circled around the block 3 times, and ended up at a 24-hour diner on the edge of town. I wasn't hungry. I just couldn't go back to a quiet room. Not with that sound still in my ears. The humming hadn't stopped, not completely. It was faint, like a memory that refused to fade. Even as I sat in the booth with a cup of coffee going cold in front of me, I could feel it in the back of my skull, like pressure building in a place I couldn't reach. I thought about quitting, again. I stared at my phone for a long time, thumb hovering over the contact listed as night security supervisor. I didn't even know the man's name, just a voice. Flat, always disinterested. But I didn't make the call, because deep down, I already knew the truth. Whatever this was, it wasn't just tied to that building anymore. It had followed me. Or maybe it had always been inside the building, waiting for someone like me to notice. I pulled the journal out of my backpack. It had become a kind of lifeline, a warning manual if nothing else. I opened it to the back and flipped through the final pages. The last few entries were written faster. The handwriting was messier, letters overlapping in places. It's inside now, not just in the hallways, but in the vents. I can hear it crawling. I tape the doors shut, but it keeps getting closer. The cameras showed me sleeping last night, but I wasn't asleep. I was awake the whole time, which means there's someone else in here, wearing my face. That one chilled me. But it was the very last entry that stopped me cold. The door in the corridor finally opened. I didn't touch it. It opened on its own. I saw something move inside. I think it's showing me what comes next. I sat back in the booth, the journal open on the table. My hand was shaking, though the room wasn't cold. If the journal could be trusted, and at this point, I believed it more than I believed my own eyes, then that door had opened before, maybe more than once, and whatever was behind it was not just a machine. It was something alive, something watching. I didn't know what scared me more, the idea that someone else had experienced the same thing, or that they might still be in there somewhere. At 10:30 that night, I pulled into the factory lot again. It felt like I was walking into the belly of something that had already swallowed me whole. I left the car running just for a minute, like I was giving myself an out, but the headlights looked weak against the darkness of the building, like they didn't want to see what was waiting. I shut off the engine and stepped out. The air was still. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my boots. Inside, the building was colder than usual. I could see my breath as soon as I stepped into the hallway. The lights in the office were already on. I always left them that way now. I wasn't interested in walking through the dark. The monitors flickered as I approached. I sat down in the chair and watched them cycle through the usual angles. Loading dock, front entrance, back hallway, maintenance corridor. Then something caught my eye. On the south corridor feed, the one outside the handleless door, the image froze. Just for a second. And then it cut to black. All the other cameras continued cycling. Only that one went out. I leaned forward and rewound the footage, manually scrubbing back a few seconds before the freeze. There. Just before it cut out. The door was open. Not wide, just a few inches. But definitely open. I grabbed the flashlight and the journal, heart hammering. My legs felt heavy as I walked toward the corridor. With every step, the air grew colder. The humming returned louder than ever, like it was coming from inside my own chest. By the time I reached the corridor, I could already see it. The door was open, a few inches wider than in the footage. I stopped about 10 feet away. The journal was tight in my grip, knuckles white. I crouched low, aimed the flashlight into the gap, and saw nothing. Just darkness. And something else. A shape. Not moving, not reacting. Just standing in the far corner of the room, barely illuminated. It was facing the wall. Its arms were too long, its neck tilted at an unnatural angle, like it had no bones. It didn't turn toward me, didn't move at all. I should have run. I should have slammed the door and never come back. But instead, I spoke. "Who are you?" The shape didn't react, but the humming stopped, and I heard something else. My own voice from inside the room. It repeated my question almost exactly, but there was something off about it. The cadence was wrong, the tone too flat. "Who are you?" it said again, softer now. Then silence. And then the door began to close. Slow, steady. I stepped back. Once it shut, I ran. Not out of the building, not yet. I ran back to the office, locked the door, and checked the monitors. The south corridor camera was back online. The door was closed. The hallway was empty. But for the first time since I started working there, the motion sensor light above that door had switched on. I watched the feed for nearly an hour, waiting for something else to move. Nothing did. I didn't open the journal again that night. I just sat in the office with the flashlight on, waiting for the sun. I never went back to the factory after that sixth night. There wasn't a moment where I made some dramatic decision, no final confrontation, no voice from the dark telling me to run. It wasn't like that. The decision came quietly, the way exhaustion does. You stop fighting sleep because it just takes over. That last morning, as the light crept into the office, I sat there watching the sun rise through the narrow window. My eyes were dry, my muscles stiff. I hadn't moved in hours. I kept expecting something to happen, the door to creak open, the cameras to show that long-limbed figure again, the journal to turn a page on its own. But nothing happened. The factory was quiet. Almost too quiet. At 6:45, I stood up. My legs were slow to respond. I tucked the journal into my bag, powered down the monitor system like I was still following protocol, and walked out the front door. It was colder than usual. There were no birds that morning, no wind through the trees, just silence and frost under my boots. I drove straight home and slept for nearly 14 hours. When I woke up, the humming was gone. That was the first sign that something had shifted. The second sign came 3 days later, when I finally picked up a call from the security company. It was the same voice I always heard, flat, matter of fact. The man asked if I'd be returning to finish the contract. I said no. He didn't argue. He didn't ask why. He just said, understood, and hung up. I didn't ask what happened to the next guy. I didn't want to know. In the weeks that followed, I started putting my life back together, slowly. I moved apartments, nothing dramatic, just a different building on the other side of town, somewhere with more people, more lights, more sound. I sold my car and got a used one that didn't smell like cold metal and fear. I threw the flashlight into a dumpster and never bought another one. The journal stayed with me for a while. I kept it hidden in a locked drawer, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it out. It felt wrong, like I was ignoring something important. Sometimes, when I couldn't sleep, I'd take it out and flip through the pages again, not looking for anything, just remembering, recentering myself, proof that it had happened, that I wasn't imagining it. Then one night, I opened the drawer, and it was gone. I searched the whole apartment, every drawer, every bag, every shelf. I even checked the car. Nothing. It was just gone. I didn't panic. In some strange way, it felt right, like whatever tied me to that place had finally let go, like it had taken the last piece it needed and moved on. I never saw the long-limbed figure again, never heard the humming, but I still remember it. Every detail, every frozen frame of the cameras, every knock, every whispered mimic of my voice. And I carry that memory differently now. Not like a weight, more like a scar, something that healed over, but still itches when the night gets too quiet. I took a new job about 2 months later, daytime only, inventory work. A warehouse on the edge of the city with bad coffee and worse lighting, but real people. I see them. I talk to them. I shake their hands and look into their eyes, and I know they're human. That helps. One afternoon, I was taking inventory near the back loading dock when I saw a stack of old filing cabinets, same model as the ones in the factory. That dull beige metal, rust around the handles. I stood there a long time, just looking at them. Eventually, I opened one. Inside was nothing but dust. No journals, no sketches, no warnings scrawled in the margins. And somehow, that was enough. That night, I dreamed of the factory for the first time in weeks. But in the dream, it was empty. No whispers, no shadows in the hallways, no humming behind the door. Just a hollow shell of rusted beams and broken lights. And I was walking away from it step by step until the building vanished behind me into the trees. That's how I know it's over. Not because I found the answer, not because the fear went away, but because I can let it exist without chasing it anymore. It happened. It was real. And now it's done. I don't need the journal. I don't need the camera feeds or the footprints in the frost. I only need the quiet. Not silence, not the kind that creeps into your chest like it did in those halls, but real quiet. The kind that lives inside people who've made it through something dark and still came out with enough light to see the path ahead. The kind I wake up to now, and that for me is enough. Working the overnight shift at Quick Stop Convenience wasn't anyone's first choice, but the pay was decent, and honestly, I needed the money. It wasn't glamorous, but it suited me, quiet, predictable, and rarely eventful. The store sat on a forgotten stretch of road on the outskirts of town. The only regular customers were truckers passing through, occasional college kids fueling up before heading home, or locals grabbing late-night snacks. Usually, I'd spend my shift flipping through magazines or scrolling mindlessly through my phone. But tonight felt different right from the start. It wasn't something I could immediately explain, just a slight unease that made the fluorescent lights seem harsher, the hum of refrigerators louder, and the empty aisles lonelier than usual. It was nearing midnight, and the store had been empty for over an hour when I first noticed the car. I was wiping down the coffee counter, yawning and glancing toward the clock, when my eyes caught sight of headlights pulling into the lot across the street. At first, I assumed it was just someone stopping to check directions or take a call. They parked with their engine off, the lights quickly dimming into darkness. Through the window, I could just barely make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat. It was hard to see clearly. The streetlight outside had been flickering for weeks, and the darkness swallowed everything beyond the store's own parking lot. I tried to shrug it off. People parked there occasionally, maybe they'd stopped for a nap or a break from driving. But as I stocked shelves, my eyes kept drifting back to that car. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and the vehicle remained completely still. The shadowy figure inside never moved as far as I could tell, just sat there, watching. Unease crept slowly into my chest. My coworker, Amber, had told me stories about people acting strange during her shifts. Usually I brushed off her tales as paranoia or boredom, but tonight I suddenly wished I'd paid more attention. I told myself there was nothing to worry about, but my instincts disagreed. By 1 a.m., I was genuinely unsettled. I wanted to call someone, maybe Amber, but it felt silly. What would I even say? That someone parked across the street wasn't doing anything at all, and somehow that was frightening me. Instead, I distracted myself by rearranging candy bars and counting the cash in the register for the third time. But no matter what I did, the nagging feeling wouldn't leave. Every few minutes my gaze wandered back to the car, half expecting it to vanish. It never did. The silence inside the store grew unbearable, amplifying every tiny sound, the creaking of floorboards beneath my feet, the quiet buzz of lights, even my own breathing. I turned on some music, choosing something upbeat to drown out the quiet, but it didn't help. My eyes constantly drifted back to the dark figure across the street, now becoming more visible as my vision adjusted. The driver just sat there, a vague shape barely illuminated by the dashboard glow. Finally, at around 2 a.m., I convinced myself to go outside. Maybe confronting the situation would relieve some of my anxiety. I stepped out cautiously into the cool night air, pulling my jacket tightly around me as I glanced across the road. The car was parked at an odd angle, its dark paint blending with the night. I couldn't see a license plate clearly, and there was no sound coming from it. Taking a breath, I called out tentatively, "Hey, do you need anything?" Silence answered me. My pulse quickened, and I felt incredibly exposed standing under the fluorescent store lights. I took another step forward, shouting a bit louder this time, "If you need directions, I can help." Still nothing. But then, ever so slightly, the shadow inside shifted. My heart jumped. They knew I was there. They could clearly see me, but they weren't responding. Why weren't they responding? Fear clawed at my throat, and I quickly retreated back inside, locking the door behind me. Once back at the counter, I realized my hands were shaking. Determined to calm down, I took deep breaths and convinced myself I was being ridiculous. People did strange things at night all the time. It didn't mean anything. Even so, I found myself pulling the phone closer just in case. Around 3 a.m., when I glanced up again, my heart stopped. The car's headlights suddenly flicked on, flooding the road with harsh white light. My breathing quickened as the car slowly pulled forward, turning across the street directly toward the store. I stood frozen, gripping the counter, unable to look away as the car crept closer, its headlights glaring through the store window, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the car had stopped right in front of the entrance, the engine idling softly. I could see the driver clearly now, a man in his early 30s, dark hair, pale skin. He didn't move, didn't get out, just sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead. But then, as though sensing my gaze, he slowly turned his head toward me. We stared at each other through the glass for what felt like an eternity. He looked ordinary enough, clean-shaven, neatly dressed, yet his eyes held something else, something unsettling. They were wide, unblinking, focused entirely on me. I felt a cold wave of dread crawl down my spine. Without thinking, I reached for the phone and dialed 911, keeping my eyes fixed on him. A dispatcher answered, and I quickly explained my situation, my voice shaking embarrassingly. The operator assured me an officer was nearby and would arrive within minutes. As soon as I hung up, the man in the car shifted slightly, as if realizing I'd called someone. Without breaking eye contact, he suddenly smiled a slow, deliberate, knowing smile that made my stomach churn. Then abruptly, he turned away, put the car into gear, and pulled out slowly onto the road, disappearing into the darkness just as the police cruiser rounded the corner, its lights flashing reassuringly. My knees felt weak as the officer walked inside, glancing around the empty store with mild confusion. I explained everything, embarrassed by how trivial it sounded now. The officer nodded patiently, took notes, and walked around outside to check the lot. Returning, he shrugged apologetically. "No sign of him now," he said gently. "Probably just some weirdo passing through. Happens sometimes out here. Call us back if he returns." I nodded, thanking him as he left, but after he drove away, the silence felt worse than before. The image of the man's face stayed with me. His unsettling smile burned into my mind. The night wore on slowly, painfully. Every passing minute felt longer than the last. By the time morning finally arrived, I felt drained and paranoid, jumping at every noise. When Amber arrived to relieve me, I told her the story, expecting skepticism. Instead, she looked worried. "You should be careful," she said softly. "Sometimes they come back." I drove home in silence, Amber's words echoing in my mind, mixing with the stranger's smile. My gut told me this wasn't over yet. And as much as I wanted to dismiss my fear, a deeper instinct warned me Amber might be right. Because sometimes they do come back. The following night, I arrived at the quick-stop convenience store with a lingering sense of unease. The events of the previous shift had left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the image of the man in the car, his unsettling smile etched into my memory. Amber's warning echoed in my mind, "Sometimes they come back." As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar chime sounded, and the fluorescent lights flickered to life. The store appeared as it always did, rows of neatly stocked shelves, the hum of the refrigerators, and the faint aroma of stale coffee. Yet an undercurrent of tension made everything feel slightly off-kilter. Determined to maintain a sense of normalcy, I busied myself with routine tasks, restocking shelves, checking expiration dates, and tidying the counter. Despite my efforts, I found myself glancing toward the windows every few minutes, half expecting to see the mysterious car parked across the street. Hours passed without incident. The usual trickle of late-night customers came and went, a trucker grabbing a cup of coffee, a teenager purchasing snacks, an elderly man buying a newspaper. Each interaction was brief and uneventful, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around 2 a.m., as I was wiping down the coffee station, the bell above the door jingled. I looked up, expecting another customer, but the store was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped from behind the counter to inspect the entrance. The door was slightly ajar, swaying gently as if someone had just passed through. I stepped outside, scanning the parking lot and the road beyond. The street was deserted, save for the occasional flicker of the faulty streetlight. The mysterious car was nowhere in sight. I shivered, attributing the open door to a gust of wind or perhaps a faulty latch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been there. Returning inside, I locked the door firmly behind me and resolved to stay vigilant. I checked the security cameras, but the grainy footage revealed nothing unusual. The rest of the night passed slowly, each creak and groan of the building amplified by my heightened senses. As dawn approached and my shift neared its end, I felt a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I told myself that the previous night's events had been a fluke, a one-time occurrence that wouldn't repeat. Yet deep down, I couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that this was just the beginning. Over the next few shifts, the sense of unease persisted. Though the mysterious car didn't reappear, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, and the store's once comforting hum now felt oppressive. I found myself jumping at the slightest sound, my nerves frayed from sleepless nights and constant vigilance. One evening, as I was organizing the cigarette display behind the counter, the phone rang. I picked up, expecting a customer inquiry or perhaps a call from Amber. Instead, there was silence on the other end. I listened intently, straining to hear any background noise, but there was nothing, just an eerie, suffocating silence. "Hello?" I said cautiously. "Is anyone there?" Still, no response. I was about to hang up when I heard a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. The words were indistinct, but the tone was chilling, sending a jolt of fear through me. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice wavering. The whispering ceased, replaced by the abrupt click of the call disconnecting. I stood there, the receiver still pressed to my ear, heart pounding. The rational part of my mind told me it was likely a prank call, but deep down, I knew better. Determined not to let fear consume me, I tried to focus on my tasks. Yet, as the night wore on, the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The store's fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting unsettling shadows that danced along the walls. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to grow louder, almost as if they were whispering just beyond the edge of hearing. Around 3:30 a.m., as I was restocking the refrigerated section, I heard a soft tapping on the glass. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. Slowly I turned toward the source of the sound. There, pressed against the glass of the front window, was a handprint, pale and distinct. Beyond the glass, the parking lot was empty. A surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. I grabbed the nearest object, a metal mop handle, and approached the window cautiously. The handprint was still there, stark against the glass. I scanned the area outside, but there was no sign of anyone. I locked the door, double-checking it this time, and retreated behind the counter. My hands trembled as I gripped the mop handle, my eyes darting around the store, searching for any sign of movement. The minutes dragged on, each one stretching into eternity. Just as I began to convince myself that I was overreacting, the power went out. The store was plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the emergency exit sign. The hum of the refrigerators ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to navigate. The beam cut through the darkness, casting elongated shadows that seemed to shift and move. I made my way to the back room, where the circuit breaker was located. As I reached for the breaker, I heard it a low, guttural whisper emanating from the darkness behind me. The whisper froze me in place, my hand trembling as it hovered over the circuit breaker. The darkness pressed in around me, thick and suffocating, making each breath feel harder than the last. I strained to listen, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Had I really heard something, or was my imagination spiraling out of control? I stood there, motionless, afraid even to breathe too loudly. Silence returned, heavy and oppressive. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the whisper was just a trick my exhausted mind played on me. Carefully, I flipped the main switch on the breaker panel, holding my breath as the lights flickered back to life. The store returned to its familiar hum and glow, momentarily banishing the darkness. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself everything was fine. Yet the relief didn't last long. Returning to the main store area, I saw something that made my stomach tighten with dread. The front door was wide open, swinging slightly on its hinges. Panic surged through me. I was sure I'd locked it, I remembered clearly, pulling the bolt into place after seeing that eerie handprint on the window. Rushing forward, I closed and bolted the door once more, my hands shaking as I secured the lock. I peered outside into the empty parking lot, my pulse racing. The street remained deserted, the faulty street lamp flickering ominously across the road. Nothing looked out of place, yet the air felt charged with tension, as if someone had just been standing there moments ago. I retreated behind the counter, desperately trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe the lock was faulty. Maybe I'd imagined the whisper and the handprint. Sleep deprivation could do strange things to the mind, but deep down, I knew better. Something was wrong, horribly wrong, and my gut told me this was far from over. The rest of the shift crawled by painfully slow. Every few minutes I checked the doors and windows, triple-checked the locks, and jumped at every minor sound. When the morning sunlight finally broke through the windows, I nearly cried with relief. When Amber arrived to relieve me, she took one look at my pale face and wide eyes, and her expression filled with concern. "What happened to you?" she asked softly, her voice hesitant. I recounted everything: the power outage, the open door, the whisper in the darkness. As I spoke, Amber's expression grew more and more troubled. She didn't dismiss me this time, didn't offer easy reassurances. Instead, she seemed genuinely scared. "You should report this," she said firmly. "Talk to the manager or call the cops again. Something isn't right here." I agreed quietly, though a part of me feared the police would again dismiss me as paranoid. I drove home in silence, dread weighing heavily on my shoulders. At home, sleep came in restless, fitful bursts, I dreamt of dark figures, disembodied whispers, and a faceless man standing silently across the road, watching my every move. When I awoke in the late afternoon, I felt even more exhausted than before. Anxiety had firmly embedded itself in my chest, making each moment feel strained. But I couldn't afford to miss a shift, and I knew I'd have to return to that store, back into the heart of whatever was happening. As night fell once more, dread churned my stomach. I parked in front of the store, hesitating before stepping out into the dark parking lot. The air felt heavier tonight, thick with foreboding. Glancing across the street, my heart lurched. The same car from the other night sat parked exactly where it had before, lights off, engine silent, just waiting. I hurried inside, locking the door immediately behind me. I took a deep breath, my eyes never leaving that car. Time slowed to a crawl, each minute stretching painfully as the car remained motionless, its occupant hidden in shadow. Around midnight, I finally decided to call the police again. As I dialed the number, my hands trembled slightly. A dispatcher answered, and I described the situation as calmly as possible. "We'll send someone to check it out," she assured me gently. "Just stay inside and keep your doors locked." Minutes passed slowly. I stood by the window, watching the car, my stomach twisted with apprehension. Finally, a police cruiser pulled into the lot, stopping briefly in front of the store before approaching the mysterious car across the road. I watched intently as the officer stepped out, flashlight in hand, and approached the vehicle carefully. He shone the beam into the windows, circled the car several times, then looked back toward the store, shrugging slightly. My heart sank. The officer returned to his cruiser and drove slowly over to me, stepping inside the store moments later. "Nobody inside," he said, shaking his head slightly. "The car's empty." "That's impossible," I protested. "I've been watching it the whole time. It never moved. Someone was inside. They must have slipped away." The officer sighed gently. "I believe you, but there's nobody there now. I'll run the plates and see if anything comes up, but unless someone actually threatens or approaches you, there's not much more we can do." After he left, my sense of safety vanished entirely. I was on my own again, trapped in this brightly lit store, surrounded by darkness and unanswered questions. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move unnaturally. Just past 2 a.m., as fatigue began to set in, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened as I glanced down at an unknown number flashing on the screen. Hesitantly, I answered, heart pounding. "Hello?" Silence greeted me again, just like before. Then faintly, I heard breathing, slow and deliberate. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. A low chuckle crackled through the line, sending chills down my spine. Then a voice, soft, male, calm, spoke gently. "You already know who this is," the voice whispered. "We've met before, haven't we?" Panic surged through me. "Leave me alone," I snapped, voice rising with fear. "I'll call the police." "They won't help," he whispered calmly. "You know that already." "Why are you doing this?" I asked desperately, gripping the counter to steady myself. Another low laugh, quiet and mocking. "Because I can. Because no one's going to stop me. Because we're alone here." Then abruptly, the line went dead. I stood frozen, the phone slipping from my hand onto the counter. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps. He was toying with me, tormenting me. And worst of all, he was right, the police couldn't help. The rest of the shift passed in a blur of terror and paranoia. When dawn finally arrived, I was barely holding myself together. Amber arrived early, concern etched deeply into her face. "You're done here," she said firmly after hearing my story. "Quit, leave town, do whatever you have to do. Just don't come back." But leaving felt impossible. This man, whoever he was, knew me now. He had targeted me, personally, deliberately. Running felt useless, yet staying felt terrifying. As I walked out into the morning sunlight, I glanced across the street, half expecting to see the car still parked there. But it was gone, vanished like a nightmare. Still, I felt eyes watching me from somewhere hidden, waiting patiently for night to fall once more. The next few days blurred together into one continuous loop of anxiety. Even during daylight hours, I felt a shadow hovering just out of sight. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the quiet, mocking voice on the phone echoed through my head. My nerves were frayed, and every noise startled me. I'd taken Amber's advice and spoken with my manager, Carl, about quitting. He'd barely seemed to notice my distress, shrugging off my complaints as paranoia born from night shifts. "You're tired," he'd said dismissively. "Give it another week. If things don't improve, then we'll talk about it." Another week felt impossible, but I needed the paycheck. I briefly considered packing up and leaving town entirely, but something inside me resisted the idea of running. It felt unfair. Why should I abandon my life because of one man's twisted game? On my first night back at the store after those terrifying phone calls, I arrived early. Amber lingered a bit after her shift, trying to reassure me, even offering to stay later. But I didn't want to drag her into this. Whatever was happening felt personal, isolated, targeted at me specifically. After Amber reluctantly left, I locked the doors immediately and checked the locks repeatedly. I glanced nervously at the security cameras, their grainy images flickering softly on the old monitor behind the counter. Everything seemed normal, empty, quiet, but it was precisely that silence that unsettled me the most. Around midnight, the phone rang sharply, startling me out of my anxious thoughts. My pulse raced as I stared at the phone, its shrill ring piercing through the store's quiet hum. My hands trembled, but finally I picked up, holding my breath. "Hello?" I answered, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause on the other end, then the familiar, chilling breathing. "Stop calling me," I snapped, anger mixing with fear. "What do you want?" "You sound tired," he replied calmly, as if ignoring my question entirely. "Not sleeping well." "Leave me alone," I demanded again, trying to sound stronger than I felt. "I could," he said softly, "but where's the fun in that? It's just us here, you and me. Nobody's coming to help." "Who are you?" I asked desperately, trying to understand. "Why are you doing this?" There was a quiet, unsettling laugh on the other end. "You don't remember me, do you?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused and terrified. "Think hard," he said coldly. "We've crossed paths before." Before I could respond, the line went dead. My breath came in rapid, panicked gasps. His words made no sense. I had no idea who this person could be. But he clearly knew me, my name, my job, even the fact I hadn't been sleeping. I called the police again, determined not to be brushed off this time. When the officer arrived 20 minutes later, I explained everything again, including the phone calls and threats. The officer listened patiently, jotting notes but seeming unconvinced. "Listen," he said finally, "I can see you're upset, and we'll monitor this location more closely. But there's no concrete threat here, no physical evidence. It's possible someone's just harassing you. I'd suggest changing your number or taking a few days off." His casual dismissal of my fears frustrated me, but I thanked him anyway. He left, promising they'd keep an eye out, but I knew deep down I was on my own. The night wore on painfully slowly. I kept myself busy with meaningless tasks, straightening shelves, cleaning counters, anything to distract from my fear. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion began to settle heavily over me, and my movements became sluggish. As I wiped down the counter, the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot startled me awake. My heart lurched. The car parked directly in front of the store, headlights illuminating the interior brightly. I froze, unable to move as the driver's door opened slowly. A tall man stepped out, dark jacket, jeans, short hair neatly combed. He stood still for a moment, silhouetted against the headlights, then walked calmly toward the door. Panic flooded through me as I scrambled for my phone. Before I could dial, he gently tapped on the glass, staring directly into my eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Open the door," he said calmly, his voice muffled through the glass. "I just want to talk." I shook my head frantically, backing away from the door, my legs trembling. His smile widened slightly, unsettlingly patient. "I won't hurt you," he said softly. "Just open the door. It'll only take a moment." "I've called the police," I shouted, hoping he'd leave. He laughed quietly, as though I'd told a joke. "They won't get here in time, and even if they did, they'd never catch me." Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes intense, focused. "You really don't remember, do you?" My mind raced desperately. Had I seen this man before? Had we met, spoken, crossed paths? I racked my memory, but nothing came to mind. 3 years ago," he said softly, watching my face carefully. "Think about it." My blood ran cold. 3 years ago I'd worked in another store, a gas station closer to town. Memories flooded back, a robbery attempt one night, a masked man with a knife, screaming at me to open the register. I'd managed to trigger a silent alarm, and police arrived quickly. The robber fled, but they'd caught him a block away. He'd gone to prison. I'd never seen his face clearly beneath the mask. I stared at him, realization dawning painfully. "It was you?" He nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. "You sent me away." 3 years locked in a cage because of you. You robbed me, I said, my voice trembling with anger. You had a knife. What did you expect? He stepped closer, pressing his palm gently against the glass. I expected you to cooperate, to stay quiet. Instead, you ruined my life. I did nothing wrong, I insisted weakly, panic gripping my throat. You made your own choices. So have you, he replied coldly, and now I've made mine. He stepped back slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. I'll see you soon, he promised, turning calmly back to his car. I watched helplessly as he drove away, leaving me trembling and terrified. I called the police again, telling them everything. They took my statement seriously this time, promising to look into the man's background and providing a patrol officer to watch the store for the next few nights. But the damage was done. He'd succeeded his threats, his stalking, his mind games, all intended to break me down. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze of anxiety and fear, unsure what my next step should be. When Amber arrived that morning, she took one look at my pale face and hugged me tightly. "You're quitting," she said firmly, "today." I didn't argue. I couldn't handle another night trapped behind that counter, waiting for him to return. But even as I left the store for the last time, escorted by Amber, I knew it wasn't over. He was still out there, waiting, watching, planning. And deep down, I knew our paths would cross again, whether I liked it or not. Leaving the store didn't bring the relief I'd hoped for. In fact, stepping away from that nightly routine only seemed to amplify my anxiety. I'd always assumed my job was the reason he'd targeted me, that once I quit, I'd fade off his radar. But I was wrong. Now, sitting alone in my apartment each night felt infinitely worse. There were no distractions, no customers or tasks to occupy my mind, just silence, paranoia, and a gnawing fear that he'd find me again. The police promised to look into everything, but days passed without any concrete updates. I called frequently, only to be met with vague reassurances. It was clear to me that my stalker knew how to hide himself, knew how to stay just out of reach. Sleep became rare, and when I did drift off, dreams quickly twisted into nightmares, always featuring his calm, taunting voice, whispering threats I couldn't fully understand. After nearly a week of sleepless nights and restless days, I received a call from Detective Carter, who had been assigned to my case. His tone was serious as he informed me they'd identified the man from the surveillance footage at the store. His name was Thomas Reed, and he had an extensive record: armed robbery, assault, harassment. It matched perfectly with my memories of the man who'd robbed me 3 years earlier. Detective Carter explained that after serving his sentence, Thomas Reed had quietly disappeared off their radar. He'd moved around frequently, worked odd jobs, and stayed out of trouble until now. "We think he's been planning this for a while," Carter said carefully. "He seems fixated on revenge, blaming you specifically for his arrest." I swallowed hard, my throat tightening painfully. What can I do? He hesitated, sounding uncomfortable. "Stay vigilant. Don't go out alone, especially at night. If anything happens or you see anything suspicious, call us immediately." It was a warning, but it felt painfully insufficient. I thanked him anyway, hung up, and stared at the walls of my apartment, now feeling more like a prison than a home. Everything around me, the familiar furniture, photographs, and personal belongings seemed foreign, almost sinister. They were reminders of how vulnerable I truly was. Later that evening, unable to bear the isolation, I invited Amber over. She arrived quickly, clearly sensing the urgency in my voice. Amber was the closest thing I had to family, someone I trusted implicitly, someone who'd seen firsthand the toll this ordeal had taken. We sat quietly on the couch, sipping coffee, both avoiding the topic we couldn't ignore. "I don't know how much longer I can do this," I finally admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "Every sound makes me jump. I don't feel safe anywhere." Amber placed a comforting hand on mine, her eyes full of genuine worry. "Maybe you should leave town for a while," she suggested gently. "Stay with your parents or a friend, somewhere far from here." "I've thought about it," I confessed, voice shaking slightly. "But what if he follows me? What if it doesn't matter where I go?" Amber squeezed my hand tightly. "He's one man," she said firmly. "You can't let him control your life. If leaving gives you peace of mind, even for a little while, then do it." I considered her words carefully. Running felt cowardly, yet staying felt increasingly dangerous. Finally, I nodded slowly. "I'll call my parents tomorrow. Maybe a few weeks away is exactly what I need." Amber smiled encouragingly, clearly relieved. She stayed late, keeping me company until exhaustion finally overcame me. When she left, she hugged me tightly, promising to check in first thing tomorrow morning. Alone again, I double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tightly shut, and tried to prepare myself for sleep. As the apartment grew silent around me, my anxiety surged. Despite my exhaustion, sleep felt impossible. Hours passed as I stared at the ceiling, thoughts racing, listening to every creak and rustle outside my window. Just past midnight, my phone vibrated. I froze, heart pounding as I checked the caller ID. Unknown number. Trembling, I answered, already knowing exactly who it was. "Planning to run away again?" Thomas's voice was calm, almost conversational, yet filled with thinly veiled threat. "Leave me alone," I snapped, struggling to sound brave. "It's over." He laughed softly, chillingly. "Oh, it's far from over," he whispered. "You ruined my life. Did you really think I'd let you just walk away?" "I didn't ruin anything," I argued desperately. "You made your own choices." "Maybe," he replied smoothly, "but you sealed my fate when you called the cops. Now, it's your turn to pay." "Please," I pleaded, my voice shaking. "Just stop this. Leave me alone. I'm sorry for whatever happened. Just leave me alone." He paused, the silence stretching painfully. "No," he finally said quietly. "Sorry won't fix what you took from me. And now I'm going to take something from you." Before I could reply, the call disconnected abruptly. Panic surged through me as I jumped from bed, rushing toward the front door to triple-check the locks again. My hands shook violently as I fumbled with the deadbolt, testing it repeatedly. Minutes ticked by slowly. I stood by the door, listening intently. Nothing seemed out of place, yet fear wouldn't loosen its grip on me. My apartment, once a place of comfort, now felt impossibly unsafe. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a loud, sharp knock on the front door. I stumbled backward, heart racing uncontrollably. The knock repeated again, 3 quick, deliberate raps. Terrified, I grabbed my phone, immediately dialing 911 as I retreated toward the bedroom, locking the door behind me. As the dispatcher picked up, I quickly explained the situation, my voice frantic. "Please hurry," I begged. "He's here." She assured me help was on the way and told me to remain calm and stay hidden. But seconds later, a loud crash echoed through the apartment, the front door splintering open. Thomas was inside. My blood ran cold and I crouched down, hiding behind the bed, desperately listening for any sign of movement. His footsteps echoed softly through the living room, slow and deliberate, heading directly toward my bedroom. He knew exactly where I was. "Come out," he called softly, his voice calm and terrifyingly patient. "There's nowhere to hide now." I remained silent, biting my lip hard enough to draw blood. My breathing came in panicked gasps, my heart feeling like it would explode from my chest. He paused right outside the bedroom door. "Last chance," he said, softer now. "This doesn't have to end badly." Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, growing louder every second. Relief surged briefly before fear took hold again. Would they get here in time? Thomas seemed to hear them too, letting out a sigh of frustration. "Next time," he said simply, his voice cold. I heard him retreating quickly, his footsteps fading through the apartment and out into the hallway beyond. Moments later, police burst into my apartment, weapons drawn. They found me still hiding, shaking uncontrollably behind my bed. Thomas was long gone, vanished into the night. They promised extra protection, constant patrols, and surveillance around my building, but I knew none of that mattered now. Thomas had made his point clearly. I wasn't safe anywhere, not even in my own home. He would come again, and next time the police might not arrive in time. I sat in the middle of my wrecked apartment, feeling utterly hopeless. Running seemed pointless. Staying seemed suicidal. Thomas had stripped away every sense of safety and control, leaving only fear in his wake. And as the officers gently questioned me again, one thought consumed me entirely. He wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. The aftermath of Thomas breaking into my apartment shattered what little security I had left. The police presence intensified around my building. Every few hours a patrol car would circle the block, its lights briefly illuminating my living room window. Detective Carter insisted I move temporarily to a safer location, offering a place in a motel downtown with constant police surveillance. Reluctantly, I agreed. I packed my things quickly, stuffing essentials into an overnight bag, barely glancing at the apartment I'd once called home. It now felt cold, invaded, permanently stained by fear. As the officer escorted me to the waiting patrol car, Amber ran up to meet me, her expression filled with worry and guilt. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, gripping my hand tightly. "I wish I'd done more." "It's not your fault," I assured her weakly. This was his doing, not yours. Amber hugged me fiercely before the officer gently guided me into the car. I watched my apartment fade into the distance, silently wondering if I'd ever feel safe again. The motel room was small, plain, and impersonal, exactly what I'd expected. For the next few days, I rarely left the room, subsisting on cheap takeout and caffeine to stay awake. Every sudden sound, every shadow moving past the window sent adrenaline surging through my veins. The phone calls had stopped, but somehow the silence was worse. It meant Thomas was out there somewhere, waiting for the right moment. By the third day, the isolation became unbearable. I needed fresh air, a moment to clear my head. With permission from Detective Carter, who assured me officers would watch closely, I stepped outside into the afternoon sunlight. It felt good to breathe fresh air, to see ordinary people going about their lives. For a few minutes, I allowed myself the illusion of normalcy. But as I walked toward the small cafe across from the motel, my phone vibrated sharply. I glanced down, dread instantly tightening my throat. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Nice day for a walk, isn't it?" My pulse spiked as I spun around, scanning the street desperately. People moved past me, oblivious. Cars drove by casually. I saw nothing suspicious, yet my skin prickled with fear. Another text quickly followed. "You're making this easy for me." I rushed back toward the motel entrance, heart hammering painfully. Detective Carter was waiting for me inside, his face grim as I showed him the messages. "He's close," I whispered, shaking uncontrollably. "We have officers nearby," Carter reassured me calmly. "He won't get close enough to hurt you, I promise." But I no longer trusted promises. Thomas had proved repeatedly how easily he could slip through their fingers, and this time I couldn't shake the feeling that the end was near. I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts. Or at least, I wasn't. My name is Owen Carter. I've spent most of my life building a respectable career in architecture, working with high-end developers to reshape skylines and leave my mark on the world. I've always considered myself practical, logical, a man who deals with blueprints and concrete, not myths and legends. But some things defy logic. Some things refuse to stay buried. I never told anyone about what happened when I was a kid. Not my wife, not my co-workers, not even my closest friends. I've spent decades pretending it never happened, convincing myself that I was just young, impressionable, making things up. And yet, I still wake up some nights, drenched in sweat, feeling something breathing at the foot of my bed. I can still hear it whispering. This is the story of how I lost my brother. I grew up in a small town in northern Maine, the kind of place where the trees stretch for miles, the winters are unforgiving, and kids have to invent their own fun. There weren't shopping malls or big amusement parks, just dense forests and old abandoned houses that held the kind of mysteries children couldn't resist. It was the early 90s, before smartphones and constant supervision. My older brother, Caleb, was 12, and I was 10. Our younger sister, Emily, was 8. We were close, the kind of siblings who got into trouble together, dared each other to do stupid things, and spent our summers exploring every inch of our neighborhood. One summer, Caleb heard about a game from one of the older kids at school, something called the penny game. It's like a magic 8-ball, he explained, pulling a wrinkled piece of notebook paper from his backpack. You ask a question, and the spirits answer. Emily wrinkled her nose. That's stupid. Caleb ignored her. He grabbed a penny from the counter, smoothing out the paper on the kitchen table. He had written the alphabet across the top, along with yes and no at the corners. All we do, he said, placing the penny in the middle, is rest our fingers on it and ask a question. I hesitated. I wasn't sure why, but something about it made me uneasy. Maybe it was the way Caleb looked so determined, his fingers gripping the edge of the table like he was waiting for something to happen. It's just a game, he said. So we played. The first few times nothing happened. We asked stupid questions. Will we be rich? Does Emily have a secret boyfriend? And when the penny finally moved, it was barely more than a slow crawl across the page. Yes, it spelled. We laughed. We kept playing. It became a thing we did on rainy afternoons, huddled in Caleb's room with nothing better to do. Then, one day, everything changed. It was late, the sky outside a heavy gray, rain hammering against the windows. Our parents had gone out to dinner, leaving us alone for the evening. Emily was watching cartoons in the living room, uninterested in our little ritual. Caleb and I sat at the table, the paper spread between us. Caleb grinned. Want to ask it something creepy? I swallowed. Like what? He thought for a second. Then, pressing his fingers lightly on the penny, he whispered, Who are you? The penny didn't move at first. Then, slowly, painfully, it dragged across the page. H. U. N. G. R. Yai. A chill ran down my spine. Caleb frowned. Hungry for what? The penny twitched. Then, with unnatural speed, it shot across the page. M. E. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then, from somewhere behind us, deep in the shadows of the kitchen, came a noise. A low, guttural growl. We did not own a dog. My entire body locked up. Caleb went pale. I saw his hands trembling as he reached for the paper, crumpling it in his fists. Nope, we're done. His voice was forced, strained. It's just a stupid game. He grabbed the paper and tossed it in the sink, fumbling for the matches our dad kept in the cabinet. With shaking hands, he lit the edges, watching the flames curl around the paper. When it was nothing but blackened scraps, he turned on the faucet and let the water wash it away. The room felt lighter. I exhaled, trying to laugh it off. Well, that was weird. Caleb forced a grin. Guess we won't be playing that again. And we didn't. At least not for a while. A few weeks later, everything changed. Our dad got a promotion, and we packed up our lives to move to a new town in Massachusetts. It was bigger, busier, and full of new opportunities. Emily was thrilled. Caleb was indifferent. But I noticed something was different about him. He stopped sleeping. At night, I would hear him shifting in his bed, tossing, turning, whispering under his breath. Sometimes, when I woke up to go to the bathroom, I'd see him sitting up, staring at the door, his hands gripping his blanket so tight his knuckles were white. "What's wrong with you?" I asked one morning. He looked at me, and I finally saw it. The dark circles under his eyes, the sunken look in his face, the the sheer exhaustion. "It comes to my room," he whispered. I frowned. "What does?" Caleb swallowed. "The thing we talked to." I felt my stomach drop. "You're just having nightmares," I said, trying to sound rational. Caleb shook his head. "Number, I can hear it breathing, Owen. It stands by my bed. I feel the mattress dip when it leans in. It keeps saying the same thing over and over." I hesitated. "What does it say?" His voice was barely above a breath. "Feed me." I felt cold all over. For the first time, I looked at my brother and saw real fear. I wanted to tell him it was all in his head, that it was just his imagination. But something about the way he said it, the way his voice trembled, it made my skin crawl. "What do you want to do?" I finally asked. Caleb took a slow breath. "We need to talk to it." I felt my pulse quicken. "Are you insane?" "Number, this time we do it right. We get rid of it for good." I didn't argue, because deep down, I was terrified he was right. That was on a Monday. By Friday night, our parents were out for the evening. Emily was watching television upstairs. Caleb and I sat at the dining table. The Ouija board lay before us. I struck a match to light the candles. The flame went out instantly. I struck another. Gone. The third time, it stayed lit. We placed our fingers on the planchette. Caleb took a breath. And we began. The candle flames flickered, casting long shadows against the walls. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the trees and making the old house creak as if it were alive. The Ouija board sat between us, the letters stark against the wooden surface. Caleb placed his fingers on the planchette first, nodding for me to do the same. I hesitated. Everything in me screamed that this was a mistake. But I pressed my fingers against the smooth plastic anyway. "Okay," Caleb whispered. "We do this carefully. We follow the rules." I swallowed hard. "And if it answers?" "Then we tell it to go away." It sounded simple enough. But something inside me knew that once we started, there would be no turning back. Caleb took a breath and spoke. "Is there a spirit here with us?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the planchette twitched. A slow, dragging movement so faint I almost convinced myself it was just our hands shaking. But then it moved again, deliberate and steady. Yai. E.S. A chill ran down my spine. Caleb's jaw tightened. "Who are you?" The planchette jerked sharply, faster this time. H. U. N. G. R. Yai. My fingers trembled. Caleb swallowed hard. "What do you want?" The answer came before he finished the question. F. O. O. D. Caleb shot me a glance. I could see the struggle on his face, his logical mind wrestling with the undeniable truth of what was happening. I wanted to throw the board across the room to break the planchette in half to stop whatever this was before it got worse. Instead, Caleb asked, "What kind of food?" The planchette hesitated. Then it spelled M. E. T. The word sent a sickening wave through my stomach. I could feel something watching us. Not in the casual way you feel eyes on you in a crowded room, but something deeper, more primal, like a presence pressing in from the edges of the room, unseen but undeniably there. I tried to steady my breath. "Caleb, I don't think we should." A sound cut me off. A low, wet, slurping noise like something licking its lips. I froze. It was coming from the corner of the room, the one cloaked in darkness, just beyond the reach of the candlelight. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Caleb inhaled sharply. "We have to end this, now." He moved the planchette to goodbye. But before we could lift our hands, it yanked itself away. No. The candles flickered violently. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with something oppressive and suffocating. My pulse pounded in my ears. Then slowly, agonizingly, the planchette began moving again. N. O. T. F. I. N. I. S. H. E. D. My breath hitched. Caleb's face was pale. "Too bad," he muttered. "We're finishing this." He shoved the planchette back to goodbye with such force that I expected it to splinter. The moment it touched the word, the wind outside slammed against the house with a deafening roar. The front door burst open. Every candle blew out at once, and the house was swallowed in darkness. For a moment, neither of us moved. The only sound was our breathing, ragged and shallow. Then a soft noise broke the silence. A drip, drip, drip. It was coming from the kitchen. Caleb grabbed my arm. "Come on." I didn't want to move. Every instinct told me to stay right where I was. But Caleb was already standing, dragging me with him. The house was pitch black. The only light came from the moon filtering weakly through the windows. It cast everything in cold, silvery shadows, making the furniture look twisted and unfamiliar. We stepped into the kitchen and stopped. The sink was running. Not full blast, just a thin stream of water trickling down the drain, but that wasn't the part that made my stomach drop. The counter was covered in raw meat. Packages of ground beef, steak, chicken all torn open, the contents spilled across the surface like something had been searching for the perfect cut. Some pieces were missing chunks, ragged bites taken out of them. And in the center of the mess was the penny. The same one we had used for the penny game. It was standing on its edge, perfectly balanced. Caleb exhaled shakily. "I didn't do this." "I know." We stared at the scene for another moment before Caleb finally reached out and turned off the faucet. The sound of the water stopped, leaving only the deafening silence of the house. I swallowed hard. What do we do now? Caleb licked his lips. "We follow the rules, we destroy the board." He grabbed it from the table and stormed toward the back door. I followed, heart pounding. The wind outside howled, bending the trees, shaking the house like it was trying to get in. Caleb grabbed the lighter from the shelf near the door and stepped onto the porch. I hesitated before joining him. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. Caleb set the board on the ground, flicked the lighter, and held the flame to the wood. Nothing happened. The flame flickered uselessly, licking at the surface but refusing to catch. Caleb frowned and tried again. The same result. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Then the back door slammed shut behind us. We both spun around. Through the glass, I saw something inside the house. A shadow, tall, watching, grinning. Then a deep, rasping voice whispered from behind us. More. Caleb grabbed my arm. Run. We didn't stop running until we reached the end of the street. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't dare slow down. We only stopped when we reached the old community church, its heavy wooden doors looming in front of us. Caleb doubled over, catching his breath. What the hell was that? I shook my head, still trying to process what I had seen, what I had felt. We need to go back, I said finally. Caleb shot me a look. Are you insane? We have to finish this. Caleb hesitated. Then, with a deep breath, he nodded. We walked back. The house was silent when we returned. The back door was wide open. The Ouija board was gone. And something had scrawled words across the kitchen wall in what looked like raw meat. You didn't feed me. My stomach turned. Caleb grabbed my wrist. His fingers dug into my skin. We are not staying here. For the first time, I agreed with him. We ran upstairs, waking Emily, grabbing our things, and getting the hell out. We never slept in that house again. But whatever we had let in, it wasn't done with us. We didn't sleep that night. Caleb, Emily, and I huddled in a cheap motel room across town, our belongings shoved hastily into backpacks. Our parents were still at their dinner, completely unaware that we had fled. Neither of us spoke about what had happened at the house. We just sat there, wide-eyed and silent, as if putting it into words would make it worse. But I already knew it was worse. I kept expecting something to follow us, something lurking in the corners of the room, something watching through the thin motel curtains. The presence I had felt in the house hadn't left my bones. It was still there, gnawing at my nerves, whispering in the back of my mind. More. 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 Caleb sat stiffly on the edge of the bed, staring at his hands. His fingers trembled slightly, barely noticeable, but I saw it. We have to end this, I said finally. Caleb exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. And how do you suggest we do that, Owen? We tried to burn it, and it wouldn't even catch fire. We didn't close the game, I said. We didn't follow the rules. Caleb glanced up at me. He knew I was right. Emily shifted uncomfortably. I don't want to go back there. Neither did I. But I knew we didn't have a choice. We waited until sunrise. Our parents still weren't home when we returned, but I wasn't surprised. They were probably still at the dinner party, drinking and laughing, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding in their own home. The house was silent when we stepped inside, the kind of silence that presses against your ears, making everything feel unreal. The air smelled stale, metallic, like raw meat left in the heat for too long. The words were still there, smeared across the kitchen wall. You didn't feed me. My stomach churned. Caleb clenched his jaw. Let's find the board and finish this. We searched the entire house. The dining table was empty. The living room was untouched. The back porch was barren. Nothing left but the scorch marks from where we had tried to burn it. It was gone. Caleb swore under his breath. Where the hell is it? I turned slowly, my skin prickling. The basement. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be right. But when I looked at Caleb, he already knew. Neither of us had ever liked the basement. It was unfinished, cluttered with old furniture and forgotten junk. The light bulb on the ceiling flickered when you pulled the chain, and the air always smelled damp like mildew and earth. We stood at the top of the stairs, staring down into the darkness. Emily shivered. "I'm not going down there." Caleb sighed. "Fine. Stay up here." I followed him down. The wooden steps groaned beneath our feet, the dust in the air thick and heavy. The basement wasn't big, just a narrow space with concrete walls, shelves lined with rusted tools, and piles of old furniture covered in moth-eaten sheets. And there, in the center of the floor, was the Ouija board. It sat perfectly still, untouched, as if it had been waiting for us. Caleb swallowed. "Let's get this over with." We knelt down, placing our fingers lightly on the planchette. For a second, nothing happened. Then the board shuddered beneath our hands. The planchette shot across the surface, moving so violently that I nearly pulled away. U-N-G-R. Yeah. I gritted my teeth. "We know." Caleb's voice was steady. "What do you want?" The planchette jerked. M-O-R-E. I felt a cold, sharp presence behind me. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Caleb didn't flinch. "We're ending this." The planchette slammed back to number. The air shifted. The entire basement grew impossibly cold, a dense pressure pushing against my chest like I had been submerged in deep water. Then, from the darkness, something moved. Not a shadow. Not a trick of the light. Something huge. It unfolded itself from the corner, towering over us, watching. Its limbs were long, wrong, shifting unnaturally as it crawled forward, its face shrouded in blackness. The only thing I could see was its mouth wide, grinning, teeth too sharp. Caleb and I both scrambled backward, but it was already there. The planchette moved. F. L. E. S. Huh. The thing laughed. A deep, gurgling sound that rattled in its throat, like something wet and decayed. Caleb grabbed my wrist. "Say goodbye." My voice barely worked. "Goodbye." The planchette didn't move. The air grew tighter, pressing against my lungs. The creature crawled closer, dragging itself forward in jerking motions, its fingers curling like talons. I choked. "Please, goodbye." It screeched. A sound so inhuman, so soul-wrenching that every nerve in my body seized. Caleb ripped the board off the floor, snapping it in half over his knee. Everything stopped. The air cracked like glass fracturing under pressure. The creature reeled back, its form distorting, unraveling, breaking apart in pieces. It shrieked as it collapsed in on itself, folding into the dark like something being pulled away by an unseen force. Then, silence. The air in the basement lifted. The pressure was gone. Caleb was shaking. His breathing was ragged, his hands clenched into fists. I stared at the broken board on the ground, my pulse still hammering. We stumbled back upstairs, locking the basement door behind us. Emily stared at us wide-eyed. "Is it over?" I swallowed hard. "I don't know." We never saw the board again. The house felt different afterward, lighter almost. The shadows weren't as deep, the silence not as suffocating. Our parents never questioned why we suddenly refused to sleep in the house. We moved out within the month, relocating to another town. But Caleb changed after that night. He never talked about what happened. He stopped playing video games, stopped laughing the way he used to. Some nights, I'd hear him awake in his room, staring at the ceiling. The nightmares never left him. And sometimes, even now, I see him flinch at the sound of something unseen. Like it's still there. Like it's still waiting. We never talked about that night. Not then, not years later, not even now. There were no explanations that could undo what we saw, no words that could make sense of something beyond the limits of reality. So, we did what we had to, pretended it never happened. We buried it. We moved on. Or at least we tried to. For months after we left that house, things were different. The three of us carried the weight of something unspoken, something lingering just outside the edges of our lives. Emily recovered the quickest. She was young enough to forget, or at least convince herself that it had been nothing but a bad dream. She went back to being her usual self, laughing, playing, slipping into the comfort of childhood, as if the horrors of that house had never touched her. I envied her for that, because for Caleb and me, forgetting wasn't an option. The thing in the basement had left its mark on us. Even after we moved into our new house, I would wake up in the middle of the night with the suffocating feeling that something was watching me. My room would feel too quiet, too still, as if I had been pulled into a space where the world no longer existed. And then there were the dreams. In them, I was always back in that basement. The air heavy, the darkness stretching endlessly. And in the farthest corner, something waiting. It never moved, never spoke, just watched. And though it never reached for me, I always woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering as if I had just barely escaped something I couldn't comprehend. But I got better. Slowly, the fear dulled, the memories faded, the dreams came less often. By the time I left for college, the past was just that, the past. Caleb, though. Caleb never got better. It wasn't just the nightmares with him. It was the way he changed. He used to be the fearless one, the loud one, the brother who was always daring me to push boundaries, to do something crazy, to take risks. But after that night, something in him shut down. He barely spoke, he barely slept, and he never let his room go completely dark. At first, I thought it was just the trauma catching up to him. But then, I started noticing other things. Strange, small things. Meat would go missing from the fridge, not full packages, but little pieces, just enough for someone to take without being noticed. I only realized it was happening when I caught Caleb sneaking raw steak into his room late one night. At first I thought he was just being weird, but then I remembered the words. "You didn't feed me." I wanted to believe it was just paranoia, that maybe he was just acting out, struggling to deal with whatever happened that night. But then I heard the whispers, late at night, coming from his room. They weren't loud, they weren't clear, but they were there. And sometimes, when I walked past his door, I swore I heard something breathing on the other side. When I finally confronted him, he just stared at me. "It's hungry," he said simply. His voice was empty, hollow. That was when I realized I had lost him. Not all at once. Not in a way that anyone else would notice. But piece by piece. And I didn't know how to get him back. The years passed. We grew up, went to college, moved to different cities, built our own lives. I went into architecture. Caleb bounced between jobs, never really settling anywhere. We didn't see each other often. Not because we didn't care, because it was easier not to. Because every time I saw him, I saw that night in his eyes. And every time I saw him, he looked worse, paler, thinner, as if something was eating him from the inside out. It wasn't until last year that I finally realized the truth. Caleb disappeared 6 months ago. No calls, no messages, no sign of him at his last apartment. Nothing. At first I thought he had just gone off the grid. He had done it before, slipping away for weeks at a time, avoiding people, avoiding life. But this time was different. This time, there was no trace of him at all. And then, last week, a package arrived at my doorstep. No return address, no note. Just a single item inside. A Ouija board. It was old, warped, stained with something dark along the edges. I knew it wasn't the one we had used all those years ago. But the message scrawled across the back in faded, dried ink was enough to make my stomach drop. Feed me. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. And for the first time in years, I heard it whisper again. More. That night, I didn't sleep. And for the first time in decades, I knew. It was never about the game. It was about Caleb. It had chosen him. And now that he was gone, it was coming for me. I sit at my dining room table now, staring at the board. I know I shouldn't. I should burn it, bury it, run. But I can't, because I know, deep down, this isn't over. I can feel it, watching, waiting. And if I don't finish what we started, if I don't end it this time, it won't stop. It will never stop. So, I reach for the planchette. I place my fingers on the board, and I whisper the words I swore I'd never say again. Kokuri-san, Kokuri-san, are you there? The candle flickers. The air grows cold, and the planchette moves. Slowly, deliberately. Yai. E. S.